Chapter 1227. It was already a week later when Xiao Yan once again woke up. This was something that he had not expected. After he finished refining the bone recovery pill, his strength in all aspects was on the verge of collapsing. If this were to continue, it was likely that his entire training would be affected. Fortunately, he did not reach that stage in the end. Although refining the pill this time consumed a lot of Xiao Yan's body, it had to be said that after repeated consumption, his spiritual energy, including his cultivation, had clearly improved. Breaking and then building. The advancement of one's cultivation was a continuous growth of consumption. The process of refining the pill was also a process of consumption. It was also a tempering of one's spiritual energy. Of course, Xiao Yan also promised himself that he would never treat this as Li Lianshi in the future. During the days that Xiao Yan was unconscious, the fairy doctor had stayed by his side. Regardless of whether it was eating or drinking, everything was taken care of by the fairy doctor. Although a week was not a long time for them, the excessive strain on their minds and the suppression of their emotions had caused the fairy doctor to be very tired. When Xiao Yan woke up, the fairy doctor had already collapsed on his body and was in a deep sleep. The corners of her eyes were still filled with tears of worry. All of these caused Xiao Yan's heart to ache greatly. Even though this was the case, the emotion that had already reached his heart was finally suppressed. On the third day after Xiao Yan woke up, Xiao Yan, who had made all the necessary preparations, gave one breaking mirror pill each to Luo Jin and the others. Although the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's cultivations were still shallow, Xiao Yan still gave them the breaking mirror pill along with the core milk essence. Other than the geocentric milk marrow that Lian Er needed, Xiao Yan also distributed some of the remaining geocentric milk marrow to the few people present. However, the geocentric milk marrow, in Luo Jin's and Bai Hua's hands were returned while Zhou Tai's was given to Mu Ling. Luo Jin did not need the geocentric milk marrow. Bai Hua's identity was special, so she naturally did not need it. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, said that he was already old and did not want to fight with the younger generation. Therefore, he gave his share to Mu Ling. With regards to this, Xiao Yan naturally understood. The geocentric milk marrow was a heavenly treasure. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by it. It would also be unrealistic to reject it because of its age. However, Zhou Tai was doing this for his only disciple. Mu Ling was young and promising. His talent in alchemy was outstanding. However, he also needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Zhou Tai wanted to give all the resources he could get to this disciple of his. After all, the resources of the Alchemist Alliance were limited. Mu Ling wasn't the only one who was valued by the Alchemist Alliance. Zhou Tai's way of doing things was really touching. After distributing the geocentric milk marrow, Xiao Yan was left with a thumb-sized portion. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good resource for Xiao Yan. After distributing the pills and the geocentric milk marrow, it was naturally time to refine Xiao Xian's body. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were present in the cave at the back of the mountain. Apart from the two of them, the Scorching Sky ancestor was also waiting to the side. It was said that he had a gift for Xiao Xian. However, since he did not say anything, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian did not know what it was. Relying on his past experience, Xiao Yan borrowed some special materials that he had obtained from the Burning Flame Valley. After being refined by the heavenly flame, he began to prepare the medium to agglomerate his physical body. By the side, Xiao Xian was eagerly waiting with an anxious and excited face. Fen Tian ancestor's turbid eyes were currently staring intently at the flame on the table. A flame embryonic form that appeared to be a human shape was slowly agglomerating. With the help of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan used a special method to agglomerate a rough body and the veins within his body. When Xiao Xian's soul was prepared to merge with this body of heavenly flame, he would use the bone recovery pill to grow his flesh and achieve the goal of recovering his physical body. Of course, this was different from using a human body as a medium. Although the heavenly fire could also restore the body, the process was much longer and more painful than the former. If Xiao Xian was unable to endure the process, he would be in great danger. In the worst-case scenario, his soul would be devoured by the heavenly fire and he would die. At a certain moment, when the body was completely condensed, Xiao Yan's grave eyes looked towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian revealed a relieved smile when he saw this. He had waited for 1,000 years for this moment. The endless loneliness had already caused him great pain. If he could not even endure the pain before him, he would not be Xiao Xian. Ancestor, please take the bone recovery pill when you enter the heavenly fire. Just as Xiao Xian was about to move, Xiao Yan's solemn voice was transmitted over. The latter nodded heavily when he heard this. His body slowly arrived above the body. The instant he landed, he swallowed the bone recovery pill that Xiao Yan had given him in one mouthful. Boom! Almost at the same time, the raging flames suddenly rose high. There seemed to be countless ghostly hands within the flames, pulling Xiao Xian's soul down. The terrifying heat caused him to involuntarily cry out in extreme pain. However, after a few breaths, he forcefully endured it. Even though the pain reached the depths of his soul, Xiao Xian still clenched his teeth, blocking all the pain in his mouth and swallowing it back into his stomach. At the same time, an extremely rich life force spread out under the effects of the bone recovery pill. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring, flowing fearlessly between the heavenly fire. Bones appeared in his body one after another, and Xiao Xian's soul gradually merged with them. It was also because of this that this somewhat terrifying body, which had yet to fully recover, continued to distort and tremble under the gazes of Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fentian. Although they had not personally experienced the pain, just looking at it made one's body turn cold. Ancestor Fentian slowly walked forward when his bones were completely recovered and his blood, flesh, and veins grew. At the same time, a jade tablet appeared in his hand. Although it was a jade tablet, there was a blood-red color on it, and it seemed to have a bloody smell. Elder, this is? Xiao Yan frowned when he saw this. He felt a little suspicious in his heart, but at the same time, he did not dare to relax at all. He could not relax at all before Xiao Xian's physical body was completely condensed. This is something that his father asked me to keep back then. It is the essence blood within Xiao Yao's body in hopes that such a day would come. I never expected that it would really come. Moreover, it is his son. Now, it can be considered as returning to its rightful owner. Ancestor Fentian tossed the jade tablet in his hand as he spoke. At the same time, the jade tablet exploded, and a large amount of blood that contained a golden light surged out. All of it surged into the condensing body in front of him. Since that is the case, why didn't Elder take it out earlier? Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he heard Ancestor Fentian's words. He never expected that Ancestor Xiao Yao would actually leave something like this behind before he passed away. If I had taken it out earlier, it is likely that Xiao Xian would not have easily agreed to use the essence blood on himself. After all, it is the only thing that his father left behind. It is impossible for him to be willing to part with it so easily. Only then would he have no reason to refuse. The old man shook his head when he heard this. He immediately spoke to Xiao Yan before heading into the depths of the cave by himself. Chapter 12:28. Inside the cave, Xiao Yan only pulled his hand out when the fusion of Xiao Xian's soul and body was on the right track. For the remaining time, he could no longer help. Whether Xiao Xian succeeded or not, it all depended on himself. Following the winding path ahead, Xiao Yan walked into the cave. At this moment, Ancestor Fentian was in the depths of the cave. Ah, Xiao Yao, the descendant of the Xiao clan, is very outstanding. In the end, he did not let you down. Your son is now undergoing the most severe test. You will help him, right? The old man sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Yao's skeleton. His vicissitudes of life were filled with deep affection. The friendship between him and Xiao Yao did not fade because of the passage of time. Instead, it continued to accumulate with the passage of time. The friendship between men did not need to be expressed with many actions. A glance, an action, a sentence, or even nothing would make the feelings grow stronger. This friendship was long and strong. It was difficult for anyone to describe it. Senior. Xiao Yan stepped forward. He first bowed respectfully to the skeleton. Only then did he look at the old man in front of him. Although he could not fully understand the feelings the old man had for the deceased, he was still very touched. To be able to preserve such a deep and long friendship without being bound by the passage of time, in the current world, This was extremely rare and also the most precious thing. "Ha, little fellow, I heard that you already have a teacher?" Ancestor Fantion smiled kindly when he saw the person who had come. "Yes, my teacher is still in the Do-Chi continent." Speaking of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan could not help but think of Yao Lao's old face. This familiar face was something he would never forget in his life. "I see. To be able to teach a disciple like you, your teacher is definitely not an ordinary person. My teacher's alchemy skills are the best in the world. He is publicly recognized as the #1 in the Do-Chi continent. Although he is the #1, your disciple has already surpassed him. This should be the thing he is most proud of. To be able to teach a disciple who has surpassed the Do-Di realm." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but purse his lips and smile. His mind kept recalling the past. Now that he thought about it, the memories were still fresh in his mind. The old man and the young man sat in the depths of the cave for a long time. They chatted a lot with each other. Whether it was some things that they had experienced or some insights on cultivation, the two of them complemented each other. This allowed Xiao Yan to understand this world a little more. Time passed quickly and unknowingly, just like the flowing water in the pond behind the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Ancestor Fantion left the cave first. At this moment, only Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian remained. The blazing fire gradually faded away. A complete human body was formed from new flesh and blood. The naked body appeared especially gorgeous under the reflection of the fluorescent light in the cave. The white and smooth skin looked like a newborn baby. The smooth surface of the body, the strong limbs, and the handsome face were all emitting a dense life force. Although everything appeared to be complete, Xiao Yan was still unable to sense any breath from Xiao Xian in front of him. Although the body was complete and the spirit had almost merged, the expected life force did not appear. If Xiao Xian was unable to breathe and move as he wished, what difference was there between Xiao Xian in front of him and a corpse? Did he fail? Xiao Yan did not believe it. Since they had already reached this stage, there was no possibility of failure. Xiao Xian's soul had clearly merged with his physical body. Everything appeared to be perfect. There was nothing missing. Why was it that Xiao Xian had yet to awaken? Ancestor, wake up. Xiao Xian's physical body had been formed for 15 minutes, but Xiao Xian still did not move. Even the life force on the surface of his body was gradually hidden. The emotions within Xiao Yan's heart also became tense at this moment. Buzz. But it was also at this moment that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly began to surge on its own outside the cave. Countless Genesis Chi frantically surged, causing the expressions of the elders and disciples on the mountain to change. At the same time, waves of rich Genesis Chi converged from somewhere in the cave. The milky white Chi condensed into a long dragon that coiled above Xiao Xian's body. Then, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly rushed into Xiao Xian's body. In an instant, Xiao Xian's body seemed to have turned into an invisible vortex. The Genesis Chi between heaven and earth constantly gathered and poured into Xiao Xian's body. At the same time, Xiao Xian's aura soared at an astonishing speed. What happened? Ancestor Fantion's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Yan's ears. The moment he turned his head, the old man's figure appeared. But Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head in response to his question. He didn't understand what had happened, but given the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least Xiao Xian's cultivation had improved, and at least it could ensure that Xiao Xian was still alive. As for the rest, buzz. Xiao Xian's eyes suddenly snapped open. Sharp rays of light shot out, and an extremely terrifying, imposing aura swept out from his body. An 8-star Source King. Ancestor's scorching heaven's expression could not help but change slightly when he sensed this, and he even cried out. In just a short moment, Xiao Xian's cultivation had actually shot up from a 5-star Origin King to an 8-star Origin King. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? After waking up, Xiao Xian first gasped for breath for a moment, and the expression on his face constantly changed. He seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be feeling something. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the thoughts in his head gradually became clear. Xiao Xian slowly raised his hands, looked at his new palms, and tentatively clenched them. After feeling the real touch between his fingers, a smile gradually appeared on his face, and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Success, I've finally recovered my body. From now on, I'm truly resurrected. Tears of ecstasy filled his eyes. Xiao Xian's figure moved, and he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Just as he was about to reach out and hug the person in front of him, he saw the strange expressions on Xiao Yan and ancestor Fan Tian's faces. Xiao Xian was taken aback when he saw the two people's gazes sweeping back and forth across his body. He lowered his head and saw his naked body, which was like a white loach. His old face immediately turned as red as burning charcoal. Chapter 12:29. When Xiao Yan's three-man group left the mountain cave and met the little fairy doctor, they learned that Luo Jin had already left. At the same time, Zhou Tai and Mu Ling had also received the news that the Alchemist Alliance had sent over. However, under Mu Ling's insistence, they only left after meeting Xiao Yan. Bai Hua and the ape had both reached returnance after consuming Xiao Yan's mirror-breaker pill and the geocentric milk essence. The fairy doctor had also reached origin transformation with the help of the geocentric milk essence. This was obviously within Xiao Yan's expectations. Now that the matter of the geocentric milk essence had been dealt with, all he needed to do was return to Azure Sun City and feed Lien, or the geocentric milk essence. Lien, would naturally be fine. However, Xiao Yan did not plan on returning to Azure Sun City with Bai Hua and the others. Xiao Yan handed the remaining geocentric milk marrow to Bai Hua. He instructed her to hurry back to Qingyang City with the little fairy doctor while he prepared to head to the fire maple forest with Xiao Xian to search for Yi Hong Lien. If his objective for coming to the Burning Flame Valley before was purely to find the geocentric body transformation elixir, then now, regardless of whether it was his status as an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, the relationship between Xiao Xian and Ancestor Burning Heaven, or his killing intent towards the Ghost Hall, all of these factors had already forced him to stay here. There would eventually be a battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the Ghost Hall. Xiao Yan would definitely intervene because of this. However, before that, he needed to possess sufficient strength. The heavenly flame had become his only hope. Only by finding Yi Honglien would he be able to possess an even greater strength. The fairy doctor obviously did not agree with Xiao Yan's decision. However, under Xiao Yan's constant persuasion and the fact that Lien, was her designated disciple, she obviously insisted that the fairy doctor return no matter what. After a few arguments, the fairy doctor had no choice but to agree. On the other side, the ape planned on leaving by himself after seeing Xiao Yan. According to the latter's words, there was only a relationship of interest between him and Xiao Yan. However, after exiting the remains, he still followed Xiao Yan all the way. There was more or less some coldness in this. Now, however, it was time for him to leave. The ape expressed his gratitude regarding the geocentric milk essence and the mirror breaker pill, but that was all. Afterward, he left by himself. Only Xiao Yan's group of 4 was left. A day later, Bai Hua returned to Azure Sun City with the fairy doctor to cure Lien of her poison. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian prepared to head to the fire maple forest. Xiao Yan was very relieved to see the fairy doctor and Bai Hua travel together. With their current cultivation, there was almost no one who could match them in the southwest border. Even if they encountered the Sea Cloud Palace again, with Bai Hua's current battle strength and the puppet in the fairy doctor's hands, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with them. Therefore, the next thing to consider was how Xiao Yan would head to the fire maple forest. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, First Elder Li Qingxiu, and the Burning Sky Ancestor were all present in the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. After not seeing each other for a few days, Li Qingxiu could not help but reveal a trace of surprise when he sensed the aura emitted from Xiao Xian's body. At the same time, he could not help but think of the strange phenomenon that shook the entire Burning Flame Valley a few days ago. Could it be because of him? However, this was no longer important. Currently, the two people in front of him were both honorary elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Their statuses were not far from his. No matter how Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian increased their strength, it was a good thing for the Burning Flame Valley. Little guy, you've decided? The Burning Sky Ancestor slowly stood up from the main seat. His slightly surprised gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He had never thought that Xiao Yan would choose to take the risk in the end. He planned to pass through the territories of the two sections. This was not a good decision. If they encountered people from the two sects on the way, they probably would not let them pass so easily with the current public perception of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded heavily when he heard that. He could not take a long detour just because he had to pass through the territories of the two sections. That was not his style. Moreover, the territories of the two sects were huge. As long as his luck was not that bad, he would not run into them. At most, he would just have to be a little more careful. Moreover, he had an 8-star origin king like Xiao Xian by his side right now. As long as his opponents were not origin kings, dealing with them would not be difficult. Alright, since you've already decided, I can't say anything more. However, there is one thing that I must remind you of. Be careful along the way. Even if you reach the fire maple forest in the end, you cannot be careless. If I've guessed correctly, the fire maple forest is probably much more terrifying than the two sections. Ancestor Fan Tian did not say anything more after speaking until this point. Xiao Yan also nodded with a solemn face. After exchanging glances with Xiao Xian by the side, the two of them bowed to Ancestor Fan Tian before walking out of the burning flame valley. After the two of them left the hall, Great Elder Li Qingshu turned his gaze back to Burning Sky Ancestor and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Valley Master, these two people and you, I naturally have to take care of the descendants of old friends." On the other side, when Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian hurried out of the Burning Flame Valley, they met Qin Yan again along the way. At this moment, the latter seemed to be preparing to leave the Burning Flame Valley as well. When the two of them met, they immediately stopped. "Brother Qin Yan, are you preparing to, I've stayed in the sect for too long. I can no longer find an opponent in the sect, so I plan to go out and train." "Oh, that's not it. I admit that I can't beat you, honorary elder." The two of them burst into laughter. Xiao Xian chimed in. However, Qin Yan's gaze fell on Xiao Xian and he asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" He asked suspiciously, "This senior must be the one in your body before, right? I've heard my teacher mention it before. However, from what I see, there are some differences. Senior's strength is above my teacher's." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. Xiao Xian had recovered his usual calm appearance. At the very most, he pursed his lips and smiled. After staying in the Burning Flame Valley for some time, Xiao Yan naturally knew that Xianhua was Qin Yan's teacher. The latter's cultivation was a 6-star origin king. If it was before, Xiao Xian would not be able to compare with him. However, things were very different now. Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yan flew out of the Burning Flame Valley together. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Yan's group arrived at Hopeless City in the extreme south for the first time, an old man in a white robe had also arrived. After hearing about the young honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley that many people in the city had mentioned, he moved and quickly flew in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. Chapter 12:30. After leaving the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Yan's journey was rather smooth. In 2 days, they had already entered the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. According to their estimates, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to reach the Fire Maple Forest within a week. Along the way, Xiao Yan and Shui Yan followed the principle of keeping a low profile. Other than hurrying along the way, they did not have much time to rest. In order to avoid any possible trouble, they had to walk through some of the cities they passed by. Hence, the two of them safely passed through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect 2 days later. Although the process was somewhat complicated, it was at least much safer. Following this method, Xiao Yan and Yi Qingtang should be able to reach the Fire Maple Forest very quickly. Whether the Heavenly Flame was there or not, they would know at a glance. The territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect was relatively more desolate. At the same time, it was also more wild. Everything here was filled with a wild and murderous aura. Under the rule of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, only the strong survived. There was no concept of the weak surviving. Therefore, those who were able to come here, other than magical beasts with powerful combat strength, were people with extremely powerful cultivations. In short, Those who were able to survive here were not good people. The huge ancient city was built on the desert. The slightly decaying city walls gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. When the wind blew, gravel would be swept up, causing people's faces to hurt. Outside the city gate, there were two people queuing to enter the city. At the gate, there were people who specifically collected the fees needed to enter the city. Other than a small number of young people who came to train, the rest of the people who entered the city were basically people who lived by spilling blood on their blades every day. Most of them were mercenaries, and a small number of them were lone travelers. Compared to the former, the latter made people feel that they were more dangerous. Very quickly, it was Xiao Yan and Yi Qingtang's turn. 100 spirit stones per person. A somewhat sharp voice came from the mouth of a skinny man in front of him. However, it caused Xiao Yan's hand, which had just touched the storage ring, to pause slightly. He frowned and glanced at the man. Seeing the latter's cold expression, he hesitantly transferred 200 spirit stones into the latter's storage ring. Previously, those guys had clearly paid 50 spirit stones when they entered the city, but when it came to them, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause more trouble, why would Xiao Yan hand over the spirit stones so easily? Although he wasn't short of spirit stones now, it wasn't something that he could take as much as he wanted. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Xiao Xian by the side after paying the spirit stones. They immediately lifted their feet and walked into the city. Stop! However, just as the two of them walked past the front of the skinny man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth and stopped the two of them. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were knit together. The displeasure in his heart gradually became denser. This is the first time the two of you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, right? The sharp voice sounded again, and the lean man's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He looked at the two people in front of him with disdain. What advice do you have? That's true. If that's the case, I'll give you another 100 spirit stones each. With that, Xiao Yan's face immediately turned cold. However, the skinny man seemed to have become accustomed to this. He sneered and sneered, "Kid, don't be so rude. Brat, it's best that you don't know how to appreciate favors. I'm taking your spirit stones for your own good. Otherwise, when you enter the city, you'll be skinned clean and hung up to be sold. So, if you don't want to die, it's best that you obediently hand over the spirit stones to me. Otherwise, then piss off." With a stern voice, the presence of an early returnance expert radiated from the skinny man. Immediately, the expressions of many people in the group behind him changed. Although the skinny man's words were infuriating, his strength was no weaker than most of the people present. It seemed like the two newcomers could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. So, according to what you're saying, you need to be at returnance to enter the city? Xiao Yan ignored the qi within the body of the skinny man in front of him. He merely opened his mouth faintly. When the latter heard this, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. "Kid, you're right, so it's best if you hand over the spirit stones obediently." The sharp laughter rang out once again. At the same time, the skinny man's hand reached toward Xiao Yan's collar. Boom! However, the next moment, a muffled explosion sounded. Before the people present could react, the skinny man, who was still acting arrogantly a moment ago, was stepped under the feet of the black-robed Xiao Yan in the next second. His entire body had difficulty moving. "I almost forgot that it's much easier to deal with people like you with fists than with money." Xiao Yan's expression did not change. After uttering these words in a faint voice, he slowly walked into the city with Xiao Xian by the side in front of the stunned eyes of the surrounding people. Domineering. After entering the city, Xiao Xian suddenly curled his lips and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not help but smile when he heard that. He looked around and said as he walked, "The environment is different now. The way people get into trouble naturally has to change. When dealing with these people, reasoning won't work. If you take money, they'll be even more greedy. Only with fists can you make them understand." The two smiled as they slowly walked towards the south of the city. Along the way, apart from wind and sand, there was only a smoky and foggy environment. They could even see violent scenes of fighting. Blood filled the air, sword flashed, and Genesis chi shot out. However, no one found it strange. They were already used to it. Compared to other places, this place was simply purgatory on earth. There were no rules, no order, and no sanctions. If you wanted to survive here, you had to clench your fists and knock down all the people in front of you. This was because you didn't know that someone in front of you might suddenly stab you with a knife in the next second. There was no need to know each other, no need for enmity, and no need for any reason. However, a couple of surprised gazes suddenly landed on the two of them from a short distance behind them just as Xiao Yan and Shui Yan were about to leave the city. It's that kid. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet him here. It was because of him that our plan was ruined and we were reprimanded by the Great Elder. Since we met him today, we naturally have to take revenge. And my puppet. This time, I'll definitely kill him. I'll refine that bastard and turn him into my new puppet. There was some surprise in the eyes of the few of them when they saw Xiao Yan appear in this place. However, this surprise quickly turned into an extremely cold killing intent. All of their faces were filled with a bone-deep hatred. If looks could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already died 1,000 times over. It was all thanks to Xiao Yan that they failed their mission. Now that they saw the culprit again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1231. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian flew through the air in the desolate desert. The sound of rushing wind whistled continuously beside their ears. After exiting the city, the two of them had been flying towards the south at an extremely fast speed. They did not stop for even a moment along the way. At the same time, a group of 6 people were rapidly chasing behind the two of them at the end of their sight. Ancestor, we have already left the city for almost 2 hours. Are we still going to let them continue chasing us? In the sky, Xiao Yan curled his lips and smiled as he spoke in an indifferent voice. They had already discovered the existence of the rat-like fellows tailing them before they left the city. However, they had lured them all the way out in order to not cause too much of a commotion. Now, however, it was time to deal with them. In that case, let's finish them off together. We can't possibly let them follow us all the way. Xiao Xian smiled faintly upon hearing this. The two of them, who were swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt. They turned their heads and looked into the distance. With their enormous spiritual strength, the two of them could clearly sense a few auras rapidly approaching them. A moment later, a group of 6 people appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's eyes. Among the 6 people, there were 5 old men and 1 young man. When Xiao Yan's eyes swept over them, he immediately discovered that 4 of them were the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley, whom he had met on the way to the Fong clan back then. It was unexpected that they would actually bump into each other again. In other words, these 6 people should be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. It is unexpected that there are actually people from the Heavenly Puppet sect in the 10,000 Scorpion sect's territory. If they did not secretly infiltrate, it is possible that they are here to discuss an alliance with the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They are really quick. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he thought of the current situation in the Burning Flame Valley. The expression in Xiao Xian's eyes also became stern. From the looks of it, the two of you should have discovered us long ago. When the group of people approached, the old man in the middle, whom he had never met before, immediately fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Compared to Xiao Yan, the latter gave him a greater sense of threat, and from the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The two of us didn't know what to say when we saw all of you following us with such great hospitality. Naturally, we could only bring all of you here. If all of you have something to say, feel free to say it here. I believe that no one will know. Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile, but his smile revealed a cold, killing intent. Since these people were from the Heavenly Puppet sect, there was naturally no need to be polite and he would directly kill them. Humph. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Last time, you ruined my Heavenly Puppet sect's plans and even destroyed my puppet. Today, I'll make you pay for it with interest. With a furious roar, the bodies of the 4 old men trembled. The aura of a late origin transformation expert immediately swept out. At the same time, 3 of them waved their sleeves. Their spatial rings flickered as 3 puppets appeared. The 3 puppets were all equivalent to mid-returnance experts. Coupled with the 4 old men's cooperation, their battle prowess was equivalent to an early returnance expert. If Xiao Yan faced them alone, it would be equivalent to taking on 4 returnance experts simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Xian suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying presence swept out as well. An origin king. The 4 old men's expressions immediately changed when they saw who it was. They could not help but cry out. Although their battle prowess was extraordinary and there were very few returnance experts who could match them, they were nothing before an origin king. However, no wonder the 2 of you were able to clearly detect our tracks even though we were so far away. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there would be an origin king expert by your side. In that case, are you this young friend's backer? The other old man on the opposite side laughed softly when Xiao Xian revealed his Yuan King cultivation. He took 2 steps forward and a pair of shady old eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, his gaze gathered on Xiao Xian by the side. If that's the case, before he finished speaking, the old man waved his sleeve. Soon after, a bright silver figure appeared in front of the old man. It was another puppet. I am Guan Ao, and this is my puppet, Pejuan. He's also a origin king. If you take action, Pejuan will be your opponent. The old man's face was calm and indifferent. His expression did not change because Xiao Xian was King Yuan. On the other side, the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley had also thrown their vicious gazes onto Xiao Yan. Since no one could stop them, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. It seems that this matter is much more troublesome than you and I thought. Xiao Xian frowned slightly. Yes, this old man is already half a step into the origin king realm. His cultivation is not shallow. Coupled with his puppet, it will be even more difficult to deal with. These 4 are easy to deal with, but there's one over there. He hasn't spoken or moved at all. I can't even see his cultivation clearly. He must have something on him that can isolate his aura from detection. We just have to be careful. Xiao Yan nodded. His gaze turned and once again returned to the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley. The matter from the last time could not be considered. However, since he had met them again today, these 4 people must die. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward. The space around him immediately distorted, and his figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the East Valley. He clenched his hand in the air, and the blazing heavenly fire immediately condensed into a giant flaming ruler that smashed down at the 4 people in front of him. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out, and the giant ruler's smashing motion also stopped. Looking closely, it was blocked by the puppet. Swoosh! In the next second, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiao Yan heard a sonic boom of the air being torn apart. A steel fist also appeared in the blink of an eye beside Xiao Yan's head. Then, it ruthlessly passed through Xiao Yan's head, and his entire figure disappeared. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the 4 old men of the East Valley suddenly felt their hearts tighten. They looked up and saw Xiao Yan's figure appear above the head of the puppet in front of them. The giant ruler in his hand slammed down hard, aiming for the puppet's head. Clang! However, this time, in the space in front of him, another puppet appeared again. Its fist met Xiao Yan's giant flaming ruler head-on. The terrifying force of the blow blocked the giant ruler, and the residual force of the blow numbed Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the giant ruler. However, the puppet's fist was also severely deformed by Xiao Yan's strike. Before Xiao Yan could make another move, the other puppet behind him pounced on him again. At the same time, the 4 old men of the East Valley also moved, preparing to take down Xiao Yan together. A fierce battle had begun. Chapter 1232. At the same time, the atmosphere between Guan Ao and Xiao Xian gradually grew tense. The situation on Xiao Yan's side was unclear for the time being, and they were about to make their move. Since you have such cultivation, why block my heavenly puppet sect for a brat? If you are willing to stop, I guarantee that the heavenly puppet sect will treat you as an important guest. Guan Ao's sinister old eyes stared at Xiao Xian as he slowly said, My apologies, I am more optimistic about the Burning Flame Valley than the heavenly puppet sect. With a faint smile, Xianxia pressed two fingers together and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. The invisible air immediately condensed and turned into a transparent wind sword. As Xianxia's voice faded, he waved his hand and the sword abruptly shot towards Guanao. The sharp sword instantly tore through the air, and the wind between heaven and earth churned, swirling around Xianxia's body and forming an invisible storm. The invisible sword arrived in front of Guanao in the blink of an eye, pointing directly at the latter's forehead. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound was heard. The silver puppet suddenly appeared in front of Guanao and blocked Xianxia's sword with its tough body. So you are from the Burning Flame Valley. Since that is the case, there is nothing to say between us. Since you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, don't even think of leaving. Behind the puppet, Guanao gently caressed the wound on his cheek that had appeared due to the fierce wind. His voice was filled with chilling intent. Then why do you think we have kept you alive until now? A cold and fierce look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body rapidly churned, and the air around him condensed again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into hundreds of invisible swords. With a point of the sword, they all shot towards Guanao. The fastest way to defeat the puppet was naturally to kill Guanao. It's not that easy to kill me, even if you are a Origin King expert. As his voice faded, the elder's body shuddered. Immediately, gray Genesis chi gushed out from his body, swiftly forming a rock armor around his body under his control. This old man's rock armor can even withstand a full-powered attack from an ordinary Origin King expert. With Junpei here, you can forget about breaking this armor. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of rock armor enveloped Guanao's entire body. At first glance, he looked like a large piece of rock. Even his eyes were covered by the rock. With such a tight defense, it was no wonder he was so confident. Pajun, kill him! The voice rang out again. Immediately, the silver puppet stepped into the air and charged towards Xianxia. Guanao, on the other hand, wore armor. He slowly arrived beside the young man. Young sect master, I'm afraid that these two people won't be easy to deal with. Should we inform the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Hearing this, the young man did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely with Pajun. He said indifferently, "How confident are you in dealing with King Yuan?" Guanao was taken aback. He frowned and swept his gaze across the battlefield. If it's just stalling him, I should have a 60% chance. 60%? The young man frowned. There was some displeasure on his face. His gaze turned to Xiaoyan. The latter had relied on his own strength to fight the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley and the 3 puppets to a draw. This kind of fighting strength was already extremely shocking. Never mind, we don't need to alert the 10,000 Scorpion sect for the time being. You stall King Yuan. As for this kid, let me personally deal with him. The moment his voice sounded, the young man's long and narrow eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. At the same time that Guanao by the side nodded, his body flashed and disappeared from the original spot. Soon after, Xiaoyan borrowed the enormous fire ruler in his hand to force back the 4 people in front of him. At the same time, he dodged the attack of the puppet beside him. At the same time, the ghost-like human figure once again appeared beside Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, a sharp dagger pierced out and pierced toward a fatal spot on Xiaoyan's body. Buzz. It's that young man. He's also attacking. Sensing the dangerous aura that was suddenly transmitted from his side, Xiaoyan's expression changed at the same time. His body also hurriedly leaned forward, using this to dodge this attack from his opponent. In the end, although Xiaoyan managed to avoid being hit in a vital part of his body, the dagger still left behind a bloody scar on his back. The stimulating sensation was immediately transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. Even the muscles on his face twitched violently. However, in the next second, the puppet in front of him once again attacked. Its hard fist forced Xiaoyan to dodge once again. The 4 elders of the East Valley below once again joined forces and charged forward. On the other side of the empty space, the sound of rushing wind sounded. Another puppet appeared. Behind it, The dagger with a cold glint tore through the air and once again charged forward like a poisonous snake. With the addition of another returnance expert, the pressure on Xiao Yan immediately increased. Unlike regular returnance experts, the three puppets not only possessed terrifying defensive power, but they also did not feel pain. Ordinary attacks would struggle to leave a wound on their bodies. Xiao Yan was unable to endure the repeated attacks. Coupled with the addition of the young man, even Xiao Yan found it rather difficult to endure after a few clashes. That man's attacks were extremely crafty. Each time Xiao Yan attacked, this fellow would strangely appear by his side. That dagger was aimed at a fatal spot on Xiao Yan's body. If Xiao Yan was accidentally stabbed, it would leave behind a wound that was difficult to heal. Adding the repeated interference from the four elders of the Eastern Valley, Xiao Yan was unable to free himself to deal with them even though they were unable to hurt him. God damn it! I can't let this drag on. I need to break through one by one. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart as he tightly gripped the giant ruler with both hands. Surging Genesis Chi was continuously poured into it, causing the flames on the giant ruler to burn even more fiercely. With a vicious swing, a shocking ruler glow immediately shot out. Sevenfold Heavenbreaker Ruler. By relying on the 7 overbearing and ferocious ruler glows, Xiao Yan managed to force back the few people who had surrounded him. While he was panting, the 3 puppets once again charged forward. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as they swiftly locked onto the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. He completely ignored the 3 puppets that had already arrived in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the great path of empty space immediately agglomerated in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley before they could recover. He held a huge ruler in his hand and violently smashed it down on the head of one of them in front of the shocked gazes of the other 3. Clang. However, the enormous ruler that smashed down was once again blocked. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed. He focused his eyes and looked over. A silver-colored puppet had also appeared in his sight. Chapter 1233. You seem to have forgotten that I'm also a member of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Xiao Yan put away the ruler and turned his head. Sure enough, the young man was smiling at him. With a slight movement, he joined forces with the 3 puppets to surround Xiao Yan once more. 4 puppets, a returnance expert, and the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. Even Xiao Yan would struggle to deal with such a lineup when they worked together. At the same time, the silver puppet in the young man's hand seemed to be different from the other 3 puppets. Whether it was in terms of speed or toughness, the silver puppet could not be compared to the silver puppet. The puppet was probably at late returnance at the very least, or even stronger. From the looks of it, the young man was no ordinary person. A chilling light flashed through Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes as his gaze paused on the young man. He studied him from head to toe, but he failed to discover anything. The young man was at mid-returnance, but he was no weaker than Xiao Yan. His speed also surprised Xiao Yan. The previous few clashes had almost left him with fatal wounds. Even someone like Xiao Yan would have to avoid the 2 dangerous daggers in his hands. Remember, the person who will kill you is me, the young master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, Ren Xiaodong. At the sight of Xiao Yan's suspicious appearance, the young man coldly smiled. As the Genesis Chi in his body covered the dagger in his hand, his figure flickered once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His arms were raised high as the sharp dagger in his hand viciously pierced toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not retreat when he saw this. Instead, he advanced. When the 2 daggers were about to land, a thought passed through his mind and the golden elephant skill was instantly unleashed. A bright golden light instantly covered the surface of his body. At the same time, his entire body violently charged forward. Grade 8 collapse. Swish, however, Ren Xiaodong was extremely cautious in the face of Xiao Yan's life-for-life attack. The moment Xiao Yan charged forward, he used his extraordinary speed to barely dodge Xiao Yan's attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the daggers viciously stabbed out again. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body heavily slammed into an oncoming puppet. Clang. The collision between Xiao Yan's physical body and the metal puppet emitted a sound similar to that of metal colliding. By relying on the strength of the golden elephant skill and the 8th grade collapse, the puppet's chest instantly caved in under this attack of Xiao Yan's. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded from within the puppet. The skin on the puppet's back suddenly burst apart. Numerous enormous crack lines were swiftly torn apart. The puppet's body was also sent flying by this attack of Xiao Yan's. Just as Xiao Yan came back to his senses, the daggers behind him viciously stabbed into his body. This time, even with the protection of the golden elephant art, the tips of the 2 daggers still pierced into Xiao Yan's body. The power contained in the daggers instantly exploded, causing Xiao Yan to let out a muffled groan. Even the qi and blood in his body were violently tumbling. Although the defensive power of the golden elephant art was extremely strong, it was still difficult to completely block Ren Xiaodong, who was at the same level as him. While Xiao Yan was repelled, he used the giant flaming ruler in his hand to repel the other 2 puppets. He turned his head to look at the 4 elders of the East Cove. The silver puppet was still guarding in front of them, making it impossible for him to get close. Tisk. I really underestimated you. Fortunately, I didn't choose to take your attack head-on. Otherwise, I'm afraid the one who would be injured right now would be me. Ren Xiaodong looked at the puppet that was sent flying by Xiao Yan's attack, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He thought about how he was the one that Xiao Yan was about to attack. If he hadn't chosen to dodge Xiao Yan's attack out of caution, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. At the same time, one of the 4 elders of the East Cove looked at his puppet that was on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but show a pained expression on his face. When he looked at Xiao Yan, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Today, once they killed Xiao Yan, they swore to refine him into a puppet and make him listen to their orders from now on. So be it. I don't believe that you alone can defeat me and these 3 puppets. Our continuous attacks have already taken a toll on you. What are you going to use to fight us? With a cold laugh, Ren Xiaodong raised his head. Behind Xiao Yan, the 3 puppets once again surrounded him. Xiao Yan turned his head. His gaze swiftly swept over the 3 puppets. After which, it flashed over the silver-colored puppet. Only then did he look at the former. This fellow was really confident. He deliberately used his puppets to protect the 4 elders of the East Cove because he knew that once Xiao Yan killed one of them, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Only by relying on the puppets could they have a chance of defeating Xiao Yan. Moreover, Ren Xiaodong was also quite confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put his puppets aside and fought Xiao Yan himself. On the other side, the battle between Xiao Xian and Guan Ao was still unclear. In the face of Xiao Xian, Guan Ao could only use his puppets to delay him. There was no way he could do anything by himself. Although Xiao Xian had the upper hand against defeating armies, the characteristics of the puppet itself had still succeeded in delaying defeating armies to a great extent. However, looking at Xiao Xian's calm expression, it was clear that he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation as an 8-star Source King, even if it was a puppet, it would not have been able to remain intact until now. Given Xiao Yan's current situation with 3 puppets, Ren Xiaodong, and the 4 elders of the East Cove Hall who were eyeing him covetously and who knew when they would suddenly attack, plus the puppet, the situation wasn't good. If there wasn't a clear change in the situation, it wouldn't be a good thing to drag on like this. I have to get rid of these 3 puppets first. Compared to Ren Xiaodong, it was undoubtedly much easier to get rid of the 3 puppets. With this thought, Xiao Yan abruptly turned around and faced Ren Xiaodong. With a jerk of his arm, Genesis Qi surged into the giant ruler again. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. As his roar faded, the giant ruler flipped in the air. 7 stunning ruler lights shot out one after another and then merged into one, approaching Ren Xiaodong at lightning speed. At this moment, Ren Xiaodong was gathering the Genesis Qi in his body. With the dagger in his hand, he drew countless blade marks in the void in front of him, forming a net to meet the ruler lights in front of him. Xiao Yan flicked his finger at the same time that the 7-foot-long ruler was swung out. A black light quickly shot out following the ruler glow. Behind him, the 3 puppets charged towards Xiao Yan again. Then, when Xiao Yan lifted his head, pitch-black energy gushed out from his eyes. Between heaven and earth, the power of the great Tao suddenly gathered, forming a huge black tent in front of the ruler lights. The startling ruler lights were then swallowed by the tent. Xiao Yan didn't care about what was happening in front of him. His figure abruptly turned in the air, and the giant ruler in his hands swept out again. Flame-devouring wave. Waves of fire swept out and blasted the three puppets behind him back. Almost at the same time, a huge tent condensed behind the three puppets. When the three puppets approached the tent, the shocking light of the ruler appeared between heaven and earth again. Then, under the shocked gazes of the four elders of the East Valley, the power of the ruler bombarded the three puppets. All the power of the ruler was received by the three puppets without a single bit of difference. Boom! Two earth-shattering noises rang out at the same time. In front of Xiao Yan, the three puppets' bodies exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrannical power tore their steel bodies to shreds, and in the blink of an eye, the three puppets were completely destroyed. Behind Xiao Yan, the web of blades in front of Ren Xiaodong was blocked by the Northern King, who had suddenly appeared. An endless amount of lightning surged out of the Northern King's body and healed the wounds on the surface of its body in the blink of an eye. After which, it threw a punch at Ren Xiaodong. Although Ren Xiaodong had blocked the Northern King's punch, the lightning that it contained caused both of Ren Xiaodong's arms to become numb. Even his hand, which was holding the dagger, trembled uncontrollably. The blade in his hand nearly fell. Chapter 1234. Puppets aren't just limited to your celestial puppet sect. Xiao Yan slowly turned around after finishing off the three puppets in front of him. His gaze once again landed on Ren Xiaodong's body. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. "Do you think I can defeat you now?" He loosened his grip on the flaming greatsword, and the greatsword turned into flames and dissipated. "Puppets! You actually have puppets as well." With Ren Xiaodong's eyesight, he immediately recognized that the Northern King was not the work of his celestial puppet sect. Although the puppets refined by the celestial puppet sect were quite powerful, the damage they received could not be healed. They could be considered as consumables, and every time a puppet was destroyed, there would be one less puppet. However, he had clearly seen the wounds left by his web blade on the Northern King's body disappear in the blink of an eye. This recovery ability was definitely not something a puppet from his celestial puppet sect could possess. "Now I can fight you properly. Northern King, go deal with those guys for me." Ignoring Ren Xiaodong's surprise, Xiao Yan slowly walked up and gave an order. The Northern King acknowledged it before turning to face the four elders. Naturally, only Xiao Yan and Ren Xiaodong remained on the battlefield. Was that the way of the void from before? Ren Xiaodong became rather nervous when he saw Xiao Yan approach him. Although they had used different methods, Xiao Yan had already dealt with three returnance puppets. No matter what method he had used, the outcome had already been decided. Now that he had to face Xiao Yan alone, he would be lying if he said he was not nervous. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. At the same time, his footsteps changed and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. He raised his fist and violently smashed it toward Ren Xiaodong's head. Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly appear, Ren Xiaodong's heart immediately tightened. At the same time that his body hurriedly pulled back, the dagger in his hand once again slashed out. Two wind blades quickly collided with Xiao Yan's fist. However, under the sharp wind from Xiao Yan's fist, Ren Xiaodong's two wind blades were unable to endure for even an instant. They were forcefully blasted apart, after which, they violently smashed into Ren Xiaodong's crossed arms. The overbearing strength instantly forced the latter back. God damn it, what brute force! The instant Ren Xiaodong's body paused, his mouth involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. A thread of fresh blood followed the corner of his mouth and flowed down. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan had also become much more fearful. Not only could Xiao Yan's terrifying strength destroy the puppets, even Ren Xiaodong struggled to block it. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was also frighteningly shocking. With the two of them working together, Xiao Yan's close-range combat ability was far greater than Ren Xiaodong's. As a result, Ren Xiaodong would not be able to gain any advantage in close-range combat. Swish. However, the sound of rushing air once again sounded. While Ren Xiaodong was feeling shocked in his heart, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of him. The sharp wind from his fist once again came toward him. Compared to before, the strength this time around was even greater. Even though they were over a meter apart, the strong and fierce wind from the fist had already caused him to feel pressure. God damn it! The great Tao of wind! Xiao Yan's speed was clearly above Ren Xiaodong's. If Ren Xiaodong simply dodged, he would not be able to avoid Xiao Yan's attack. Ren Xiaodong did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately displayed the power of the Great Tao and relied on the Great Tao of Wind to increase his speed to dodge Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, in the battle between Xiao Xian and Pejun, when Xiao Xian sensed the Great Tao of Wind controlled by Ren Xiaodong, he seemed to have sensed something. An invisible force between heaven and earth gathered in front of Xiao Xian's eyes. That power surpassed Battle Qi and Genesis Qi. It was a completely new power to him. Under the guidance of Ren Xiaodong's Great Tao of Wind, that power quickly fell into his control. Is this the power of the Great Tao? Although the power was invisible, it seemed more ethereal and heavier than Genesis Qi. It was like a bucket of water was placed in front of him. If he couldn't lift the bucket, he would never be able to lift the water inside. And at this moment, the bucket was in his hand. The next second, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth swirled, and a huge tornado rose out of thin air. With Xiao Xian as the center, it rapidly condensed into invisible Great Tao curtains in the void around him. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen curtains, and it only slowly stopped when the 27th curtains were formed. When Xiao Xian raised his head, Pejun attacked again. But compared to before, Pejun's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in Xiao Xian's eyes. In that short period of time, Xiao Xian could launch countless attacks. Phew, it's time. After comprehending the power of the Great Tao, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled. The battle had lasted until now because he had deliberately held back. But now that Xiao Yan's battle was about to end, it was time for him to solve the problem in front of him. Qingmu Sword Art, Heavenly Strike. He put his two fingers together and lightly tapped the space in front of him. Instantly, the wind between heaven and earth immediately gathered. Under the wrapping of the hurricane, an invisible longsword condensed. He pointed the tip of the sword at Pejun, who was charging at him. And at the same time that the invisible longsword condensed, an invisible curtain filled with sharpness also condensed behind Xiao Xian. When the longsword collided with Pejun's body, countless densely packed sword scars suddenly appeared on Pejun's body. These sword scars had been deliberately hidden by Xiao Xian in the previous battle. When all the sword scars were added together, they had already covered Pejun's entire body. When the heavenly strike was unleashed, all the sword scars were connected together, and countless cracks covered Pejun's body. This puppet, which was comparable to a 5-star origin king, was completely shattered into pieces by Xiao Xian's attack. Guan Ao was instantly suffocated. His body, which was wrapped in rock armor, was like a statue. His pair of sinister old eyes were filled with horror. He would never have thought that he had been wrong from the beginning of this battle. The so-called 60% chance was just nonsense. In front of the opponent's absolute strength, the puppet was simply a puppet. At the same time, with Xiao Yan's Sky Absolute Step and Giant Elephant skill being activated at the same time, Ren Xiaodong, who was wildly fleeing, was finally struck by a punch. His entire body immediately fell uncontrollably. Finally, he violently fell into the endless desert below. Looking at the North King's side, the silver puppet was not weak. After fighting with the North King for a long time, it actually suppressed him. If it were not for the power of thunder and lightning and its terrifying recovery ability, it would not have been able to fight with the North King. As for the 4 elders of the East Valley, they had already appeared in the sky a few hundred feet away. Seeing that the situation was not good, they could only escape. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Xiao Xian's flying sword in the blink of an eye. They could not leave behind any future troubles in this battle. Therefore these people had to die. After dealing with the 4 elders of the East Valley and severely injuring Ren Xiaodong, the puppet was held back by the North King. At this moment, only Guan Ao was left with any fighting power. Do you still intend to continue guarding your turtle shell? Xiao Xian smiled faintly. With a light wave of 2 fingers, an invisible long sword immediately condensed in front of him. Humph, remember this. In the future, my heavenly puppet sect will repay the burning flame valley with double the grudge of this battle. Guan Ao's face was filled with dissatisfaction as he swept his eyes over Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. His words were filled with viciousness. Soon after, Xiao Xian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly swung his sword toward Guan Ao, but it was blocked by the hard rock armor. Xiao Xian hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan while his expression changed. Soon after, the 2 of them swiftly withdrew. This guy actually chose to self-destruct. North King, come back. A loud cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when Guan Ao's body exploded. A frightening energy storm swept wildly across the sky at the same time. Chapter 12:35. After the storm swept over, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian stood in the air. Their gazes shifted downwards, and they quickly saw the corpse-like Ren Xiaodong. This fellow had similarly failed to avoid the energy storm earlier. Xiao Yan's figure flashed, and he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. However, he discovered that the latter was no longer alive. As for the puppet, it had also been destroyed in the energy storm earlier because it was too close. At this point, the 6 people from the heavenly puppet sect could be considered to have been finished off. After keeping Ren Xiaodong's storage ring, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian once again set out on their journey. Not long after the 2 of them left, an illusionary figure finally appeared from a jade pendant that hung from Ren Xiaodong's corpse. His face was filled with hatred. It was Ren Xiaodong. At the same time, 3 figures were chasing Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian at an extremely fast speed from a certain place within the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A long time later, when night descended, the desolate sand that filled the sky was swept across the land by a cold wind. Regardless of whether it was the city walls or the mountains, it was difficult for them to escape the baptism of the wind and sand. In the wastelands, one would not be able to see the moon and stars when one looked up, nor would one be able to see the streams and forests when one looked down. It was difficult to distinguish one's surroundings. Coupled with the irritating weather, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian decided to stop. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally due to the great battle during the day. After a few exchanges, the 2 of them had expended quite a bit of energy. Resting for a night could be considered as making their journey easier. After finding a rock, the 2 of them lit a bonfire in the lee of the wind and rested for a while. The fire burning in the dark night was like a bright star in the boundless night sky, illuminating a large area of the surrounding land. The dim light of the fire was even reflected on the constantly sweeping yellow sand in the air, like a layer of gray mist. Beside the bonfire, the flickering light of the flames reflected on the bodies of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding a storage ring in his hand. His brows were furrowed as an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Ren Xiaodong was already dead. Logically speaking, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, when Xiao Yan was about to pour his spiritual strength into the storage ring, he was shocked to discover that his spiritual strength was still isolated outside. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring was still as strong as before. If it were not for his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan would not have been able to open the storage ring. Although the storage ring had been opened, it also indicated to Xiao Yan that Ren Xiaodong was not dead. At the very least, his spirit was still alive. However, how was this possible? With Ren Xiaodong's spiritual strength, it was impossible for him to hide in front of Xiao Yan unless... God! It's that thing on his body that is concealing his spiritual aura. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan recall this. However, he did not have the time to care about this. Even if Ren Xiaodong had already returned to the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, or even returned to the Heavenly Puppet Sect, it was impossible for him to catch up to them. After tomorrow, The two of them would be able to reach the border of the 10,000 Scorpion sect and enter the fire maple forest. At that time, even if the heavenly puppet sect caught up to them, what could they do? After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned his gaze back to the storage ring in his hand. With a thought, his spiritual strength immediately poured into it. As the junior sect leader of the heavenly puppet sect, he believed that there would definitely be many treasures in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. If he could plunder one or two of them, today's battle would not be considered a waste of effort. After searching for a while, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. Other than some medicinal pills and spirit stones, there were pitifully few qi methods and dou skills in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. Even the spirit stones were merely some ordinary low-tier spirit stones. It seemed that there was nothing worthy of Xiao Yan's attention. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his spiritual strength, a golden scroll in the storage ring attracted his attention. In particular, the 3 large words printed in blood on it caused Xiao Yan to be moved. Vajra puppet. This is the secret technique of the heavenly puppet sect to refine puppets? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he immediately took out this scroll. The instant the scroll entered his hand, an ice-cold metallic texture and a heavy pressure followed. Xiao Yan's hand exerted a little force before he was able to firmly receive it. Vajra puppet, high-level spirit rank. As the scroll was slowly opened, the information within it gradually entered Xiao Yan's eyes. This was especially true for the refining method, which caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked. The puppets refined with the secret technique of the Vajra puppet were divided into 3 stages of cultivation: Returnance, Origin King, and Origin King. The strongest puppet could reach the terrifying peak of Origin King. At the same time, the color of the puppet would change as its strength increased. Returnance puppets were usually black, Origin King puppets were silver, and Origin King puppets would become completely golden. At that time, both their battle prowess and defense would reach an extremely terrifying level. For example, Ren Xiaodong's puppet from before was half a step away from Origin King. Although it was almost completely silver, it was still somewhat lacking. It was exactly because of this that the Northern King was able to fight against it. Otherwise, even with the Northern King's terrifying recovery ability, he would not have been able to defeat an Origin King puppet so easily. Through his understanding, the Vajra puppet was just as Xiao Yan had guessed. Once it was refined, its battle prowess and defense would be extremely great. At the same level of cultivation, the Vajra puppet's battle prowess would not be any weaker than an expert with a high-class dou skill. Its defense would be even more terrifying. However, it was exactly because of this that the advantages of the Vajra puppet also became its disadvantages. The overly great battle prowess and defense made it impossible for the Vajra puppet to endure any external attacks. This also meant that once the Vajra puppet was damaged, it would be impossible to repair. However, Xiao Yan's celestial demon puppet perfectly made up for this. If I can combine these 2 puppets, wouldn't the Northern King's strength be able to reach a whole new level? With that thought, Xiao Yan immediately felt a desire. The Northern King's current battle prowess was only comparable to late Returnance experts. Although he had not completely absorbed the power of lightning within him, he would still need a very long time to refine it. However, if he could combine the Vajra puppet with the Northern King's battle prowess, Xiao Yan believed that the Northern King's battle prowess would definitely reach Origin King in a short amount of time. However, this process required an opportunity. Unless Xiao Yan was able to merge the benefits of the hard gold puppet and the sky demon puppet chi method, he would only be able to refine and raise the Northern King's strength if the 2 were compatible. However, it was not an easy task to understand these 2 completely different secret techniques and merge them into one. However, just as Xiao Yan frowned, Xiao Xian suddenly extended his hand and took the Vajra puppet. Chapter 1236. Little fellow, are you interested in this Vajra puppet? Xiao Xian casually glanced at it a few times before returning the scroll to Xiao Yan. The latter hurriedly nodded and received the scroll. I want to combine this Vajra puppet with my sky demon puppet. This way, the Northern King's strength will increase again. This should be beneficial for our journey through the fire maple forest. Yes, this is a good idea. The specialty of this Vajra puppet is that it is tough and overbearing. Your sky demon puppet just so happens to lack this. If the two are combined, it will indeed be a good thing. Xianxia smiled. At the same time, he extended his hand toward Xianxia and asked for the sky demon puppet in the latter's storage ring. Let me take a look at your sky demon puppet. Perhaps I can be of help. Honestly speaking, I have done such a thing in the past. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's face when he heard this. At the same time, he did not hesitate to hand over the sky demon puppet in his storage ring to Xiaoxian. The latter laughed mockingly when he saw this. Do you still remember the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change? Back then, the Qi method also had some special disadvantages. I felt that it was not reasonable, so I modified it myself. Xiaoyan's eyebrows were immediately lifted the moment these words were uttered. His heart began to feel admiration for this ancestor of his. Although these words of his were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to understand the degree of difficulty involved. Creating a Do technique was already extremely difficult, much less modifying an already completed Do technique. From a certain point of view, the difficulty involved was likely even more difficult than creating a new Do technique. With Xiaoxian's help, Xiaoyan's confidence was naturally much greater. He used the rest time to carefully compare the similarities between the two Qi methods. Through these details, he simplified and overlapped a portion of the content between the two. After which, he began to refine the remaining content. Of course, the entire process was not as smooth as Xiaoyan had imagined. This was because it was very difficult for him to discover even the so-called similarities between the two Qi methods. Although they were both methods for refining puppets, the materials needed, refining techniques, and the strength of the puppet were all major problems. This was especially so for the many details of the Sky Demon puppet that the Vajra puppet did not possess. It seemed that the person who created the Vajra puppet back then had only considered the strength of the puppet and did not pay attention to the other details. From this point of view, the Sky Demon puppet was much more detailed. Xiaoyan placed all of his attention on these two scrolls for 4 hours. However, it was difficult for him to understand the true meaning within. The Sky Demon puppet was, after all, following him for many years. It was not difficult for him to understand some things. Sky Demon puppet had been with him for many years. It was naturally not difficult for him to understand some things. The Vajra puppet. In the end, Xiaoyan helplessly sighed. If one were to say that he was good at refining medicinal pills, his understanding of the way of puppets was far too crude. Trying to obtain results by relying on a sudden impulse was really a little wishful thinking. However, at this moment, perhaps I can do it this way, Xiaoxian smiled. A glint flashed across his dark black eyes. Soon after, Xiaoyan raised his head in surprise. The latter pressed his finger on the spot between his brows. Immediately, a large amount of information surged into Xiaoyan's mind. This was the result that Xiaoxian had obtained after these 4 hours. Xiaoyan's face was gradually replaced by shock when he sensed the wondrous concept within the information. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never expected his ancestor to be so capable. In less than 4 hours, he had actually managed to link the two seemingly different Qi methods together. He had even formed his own unique opinion. Even with Xiaoyan's unruly character, he could not help but admire this ability. Ancestor, Xiaoyan raised his eyes. Before he could say anything in admiration, he was stopped by Xiaoxian. Let's talk about it later. Now, we should first complete what you want to do. I have exhausted a lot of energy earlier. I will rest first. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Xiaoxian leaned against the rock behind him with an exhausted face and closed his eyes to rest. After some hesitation, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. The North King appeared before him. Xiaoyan once again flipped through the thoughts in his mind. He carefully thought for a moment before flicking his finger. A pale blue flame immediately began to burn fiercely on the Northern King's body. The next day, when the heavenly fire on the North King's body dissipated, a brand new body of steel appeared before Xiaoyan. Currently, the North King's body did not seem to have changed much from yesterday. However, he gave off a murderous aura. This aura was undoubtedly more threatening than before. Even the North King's skin now had a metallic luster. Of course, other than the changes in his appearance, the most important thing was that the North King's battle prowess was comparable to a King Yuan expert. As for where exactly it was, Xiao Yan would only know after they fought. Xiao Yan stood up and punched the North King with a little force. The North King's body did not move at all. However, his fist felt a little numb. This was naturally the effect of the thunderbolt power. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled in satisfaction. The thunderbolt power in the North King's body had become even more powerful. With just a light touch, the thunderbolt power would shoot out of his body and injure him. Whether it was for defense or offense, this was a great advantage. Someone is coming. Soon after, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth had just appeared when Xiao Xian by the side opened his eyes at an unknown time. His brows were tightly knit as a grave expression hung on his face. The 3 Kings Yuan will be here in less than an hour. We have to leave quickly. Xiao Xian's expression became even more grave when he sensed the auras of the 3 experts locking onto him. His words caused Xiao Yan's expression to change. Are they from the Heavenly Puppet sect? They shouldn't be. One of the auras is somewhat familiar. It's the person from the 10,000 Scorpion sect that we met outside the Burning Flame Valley. I can't be sure about the other 2. They might be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. If that's the case, we'll be in danger. Xiao Xian shook his head. His face was solemn. It was unexpected that the other party would arrive so quickly. Xiao Yan hurriedly stored the Northern King, who was standing by the side, into his storage ring. After which, the 2 of them swiftly flew toward the south after confirming the direction. Sure enough, 3 figures arrived an hour later. One of them was the person from the 10,000 Scorpion sect that Xiao Yan and the others had met outside the Burning Flame Valley, Yufu. Chapter 1237. On a boundless wasteland, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were speeding south, but the danger behind them was getting closer and closer. Xiao Yan's cultivation base wasn't as high as King Yuan's, and even with the Heaven Extinction Steps and Wing Elephant Art, his speed was still limited. As a result, they were much slower than before. The only thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that under this kind of competition, Xiao Yan's group was already getting closer to the fire maple forest. As long as they could reach the fire maple forest before the 3 people behind them caught up to them, they might be able to avoid this danger. We should be reaching the Poison Cave, the last checkpoint of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Once we pass it, we will reach the fire maple forest. In the sky, Xiao Yan sighed as he gazed at a huge gully hidden in the sandstorm in the distance. The tension in his heart gradually relaxed, but a moment later, chi! The sound of rushing wind came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan's figures instantly came to a standstill in the sky. The surrounding world quaked, and the invisible space was violently distorted by the hurricane. Xiao Xian lifted his head to look ahead, his brows tightly knitted together. What's wrong? We can't go any further. Xiao Yan's face was filled with doubt while Xiao Xian's face was solemn as he stared at the edge of his sight in front of him. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly discovered that there were actually 2 Yuan King-class experts in front of them. Their auras had already locked onto them when the 2 of them had entered this area. Clearly, they were targeting the 2 of them. There are 2 more King Yuan experts in front of us. They are coming for us. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately hardened the moment these words were spoken. The Genesis Qi in his body began to swiftly circulate. From the looks of it, the other party had already anticipated that they would pass by and had thus decided to intercept them here. 5 King Yuan experts in a single move. What a big move. There's going to be big trouble. I will try my best to delay them while you find a chance to leave. Since their auras had already been locked onto, they were destined to be unable to escape. If they fought head-on, the 2 of them had no chance of winning, let alone escaping. Even an Origin Emperor would not be able to easily deal with the encirclement of 5 Origin Kings, let alone the 2 of them. This time, even Xiao Xian no longer had any confidence. If it was 1 against 3, along with Xiao Yan and the North King, they might still have a chance to escape. However, there were 5 Origin Kings. They would definitely lose this battle. Right now, he could only rely on himself to stall the 5 origin kings and give Xiao Yan a chance to escape. Ancestor, what are you talking about? You've waited for 1,000 years for your resurrection. You haven't even had the chance to experience the splendor of this continent. How can Xiao Yan leave Ancestor behind and escape by himself? If we're leaving, we'll leave together. If they really want to keep us here, I'll make them pay a painful price even if I die. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head when he heard Xiao Xian's words. With a wave of his sleeve, a brand new North King appeared. He was like an undefeatable god of war as his murderous aura permeated the area. The expressions of the 5 origin kings changed the moment the North King appeared. The extremely dangerous aura made even them shudder. The appearance of the North King made their encirclement a little more troublesome. Kiki, what a special puppet. Not only is it comparable to an origin king, it also possesses a fiendish aura. If we can bring it back to the sect and study it properly, the strength of our heavenly puppet sect might increase again. Kik. Suddenly, an aged voice faintly resounded from the sky, echoing in everyone's ears. It was like the howl of an evil spirit from hell, sharp and hoarse. Especially the bursts of strange laughter, it was even more disgusting. Xiao Yan turned around and took a look. The 3 origin kings behind him had already arrived. Xiao Yan had already met one of them. It was Che Fu. The other 2 were wearing the clothes of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. They were clearly experts from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. The words from earlier were said by one of these 2 people. A bunch of people who only know how to play with the dead. I really don't know what you promised the sect master for him to actually agree to work with you. Soon after, the other 2 expert origin kings also appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. One of them was a man and a woman. One of them had long hair all over his body. His face was green and he even had a pair of green eyes. The other woman had a bewitching appearance. Her voluptuous and hot body was exposed in an unbridled manner, causing one to feel like spitting fire. Her long and narrow eyes had a pair of triangular pupils. Her eyes were staring at others as though she was looking at her prey. An icy cold feeling suppressed the evil flame in one's heart. She was truly a femme fatale. This old man is rather curious. When will I be able to get a origin king level magical beast and try refining it into a puppet? The old man's strange laughter rang out once again. At the same time, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes as he looked at the man and woman opposite him. Elder Su Rui seems to be a little angry. Do you want me to apologize to you on his behalf? Hearing this, the woman laughed instead of getting angry. She put on a seductive appearance and used all her strength to fiddle with her enchanting figure. A purple light quietly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, the old man called Su Rui's vision blurred, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. Right at this moment, the other old man suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible energy instantly intimidated the charm technique, and the purple light in the woman's eyes instantly dispersed. At the same time, Su Rui also woke up from this temporary control. Immediately, fear appeared in his old eyes. Damned woman! Fortunately, this operation was a joint operation. Otherwise, if he had to face that woman alone, he would have been beheaded long ago. Seductive elder, I hope you understand the purpose of our trip. We can't affect the alliance between our 2 forces because of a small matter. At the side, the other old man slowly stepped out and frowned as he looked at the seductive woman opposite him. Then, his cold gaze returned to Xiao Yan and Yi Zichen. Since Elder Su Tsong has said so? Little brother, look at how long I've been talking. I'm really thirsty. Why don't you quench my thirst? Halfway through her words, her seductive gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Yan's body. Her seductive tongue slowly slid across her lips, and her enchanting figure casually twisted, causing one's lust to swell. Her slender waist made one want to reach out and grab it. However, the moment the seductive purple light appeared again, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. A pitch-black flame appeared, instantly sweeping away the approaching dangerous aura. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in his hand. With a light tremble, a raging fire suddenly appeared. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Chapter 1238. In the extreme south, in the 10,000 Scorpion Sect's territory, above the Poison Cave. Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian Buster Sword in his hand as heavenly flames filled the sky. Blazing flame aura filled the area, and the intense heat caused the space to continuously distort. From time to time, the sound of space exploding would be heard. The Northern King stood majestically to the side. Lightning flickered on his tall body as an overwhelming killing aura spread from his body, causing one's expression to change. Xiao Xian placed 2 fingers together and gently waved them. A hurricane immediately spun rapidly, turning into an invisible storm that swept across the sky. An invisible longsword also appeared above his head as the hurricane formed. The unparalleled sword aura caused the expressions of the 5 people present to change. Soon after, the 5 of them released the powerful auras within their bodies, which gathered together in the sky. The invisible aura blocked Xiao Yan's heaven-incinerating flame, the Northern King's killing aura, and Xiao Xian's overwhelming sword aura, and even suppressed them. Su Tsong and Su Rui flicked their fingers, and 2 silver puppets immediately appeared. These 2 puppets were equivalent to 2 Origin Kings. In this way, the number of Origin Kings on the other side had reached as many as 7. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's hearts suddenly sank when they saw this scene, and the expressions on their faces became even more grave. In the end, the result that they did not want to see the most had occurred. 7 Origin Kings. Even if Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian did their best, they would not be able to escape from such a lineup. No wonder Lu Yong died at your hands. An 8-star Origin King is quite capable. However, since you killed an elder of my heavenly puppet sect, you have to pay a price. Lu Yong's puppets will be made up for by you too. Su Tsong and Su Rui abruptly waved their large hands the moment the dark, solemn voice was emitted. The numerous puppets in front of them immediately shot out. They were like 2 cannonballs that had been shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and Su Rui. They waved their fists and violently smashed them toward the 2 of them. Clang! In the next second, a deafening collision suddenly rang out. An invisible tornado formed a barrier in front of Xiao Yan, blocking the puppet's attack. As for the other puppet, the Northern King beside Xiao Yan punched it. Su Rui's expression suddenly changed when the 2 of them collided. He could clearly see that his puppet had been smashed into a metal disc by the Northern King's punch. Cracks rapidly spread, wrapping around the puppet's entire forearm. What a terrifying puppet! Seeing this scene, not only Su Rui, even the other people present couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. As members of the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, they were naturally well aware of how powerful the Heavenly Puppet Sect's puppet was. Without mentioning anything else, even they did not dare to casually clash head-on with Su Rui's puppet. However, the puppet that the Heavenly Puppet Sect relied on had actually been reduced to such a state by a single punch from Xiao Yan's Northern King. This was truly shocking. Of course, in addition to their shock, greed for the Northern King also rose in the hearts of both sides. If such a powerful puppet could be used, then no matter which side it was, it would be an extremely powerful boost. Once one's cultivation reached the Origin King realm, the existence of every Origin King expert in one's faction was extremely important. If one could add an Origin King expert to one's faction, it would be considered a great achievement. In particular, a puppet with heaven-defying battle strength like this would definitely be an extremely powerful force once it was taken into one's sect. It might even increase the strength of the entire sect, let alone in the extreme south. Su Rui kill them? But Su Tsong and Su Rui exchanged glances with each other. Their faces revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, their bodies flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian in the blink of an eye. Each of them grabbed at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan could still deal with their attacks, but he dared not underestimate them with his current cultivation at returnance. The moment Su Rui appeared before him, he swung the blazing ruler in his hand viciously, using the 7-fold heaven-piercing ruler without any hesitation. He swung the ruler viciously at Su Rui, but the shocking light was forcefully dispersed by an Origin King with his powerful cultivation. The seven-fold heaven-piercing ruler that Xiao Yan was so proud of was stopped by Su Rui's 7 palms. Afterwards, he arrived before Xiao Yan. He sneered as he stabbed his sharp fingers toward Xiao Yan's chest. If the attack landed, Xiao Yan would probably be heavily injured immediately. The Way of the Void. Xiao Yan's face changed drastically when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Way of the Void rapidly condensed behind him, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan was sucked in by Su Rui's fingers. Spurt. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's chest was still left with a couple of bright red blood imprints by the 5 fingers. The blood in his body churned intensely and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. It turned into a blood arrow that shot towards Su Rui. However, it was shattered by an invisible strength when it approached the latter's face. Xiao Yan's body also took the opportunity to completely enter the tent. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared in the empty space hundreds of feet away. Before Xiao Yan had the chance to catch his breath, Su Rui's body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Immediately, Su Rui did not dare to hesitate even a little as he flipped his hand and violently threw out a ruler. Sevenfold heaven-piercing ruler. Too weak. Even if it's the Way of the Void, you're still too weak in front of me. At the same time his words sounded, Su Rui used one hand to block the huge ruler that Xiao Yan had swung over. His other hand heavily slammed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Immediately, fresh blood splattered. Xiao Yan's face had also turned bright red due to the congestion of blood. His pupils shrunk before they were enlarged. His entire aura also suddenly stagnated. Immediately, he violently flew backwards and swiftly landed on the ground below. Xiao Yan. The expression of Xiao Xian, who was fighting with Su Tsong, suddenly changed when he saw this. He could not be bothered with Su Tsong in front of him as he flipped his hand and forced his opponent back. After which, his body rushed out and hurriedly flew toward Xiao Yan. However, after Xiao Xian avoided Su Tsong, Yao Mei and the others suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Although it was a little strenuous, they still managed to stop Xiao Xian from rushing forward. As for Su Rui, he laughed sinisterly and charged towards Xiao Yan again. Chapter 1239. In the sky, when the bewitching woman and the burly man arrived in front of Xiao Xian, 2 invisible swords immediately formed on both sides of his body and pierced through the air, thrusting towards the two. Yo yo yo, how can a man be willing to attack a weak woman like me? She smiled seductively, and as her body flashed left and right, the pair of proud white rabbits on her chest also jumped. At the same time, Genesis Chi rapidly gushed out from her body, and a stream of purple light condensed into a ribbon between her fair hands, wrapping around the oncoming swords. The burly man raised his head and howled like a wolf. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and Genesis Chi gathered on them as he met the swords head-on. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike, break. With a low cry, the speed of the long sword that shot toward the two of them suddenly soared. At the same time, a hurricane began to swiftly circulate around the edge of the sword. Green light scattered and the ribbon and the green-colored hand claw were broken by this sword aura. Xiao Xian swiftly dodged the two of them and chased after Xiao Yan. Swish. The moment Xiao Xian gave way to the two, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, aiming for Xiao Xian's head. Get out of my way! But even so, Xiao Xian still ignored it. He swung his sword to meet the incoming attack. His body rapidly fell, but in the next second, Su Tsong and the puppet surrounded him again and blocked in front of him. If you want to save someone, you have to get past us first. Su Tsong coldly snorted, and as his palms opened and closed, surging Genesis Chi surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant palm above his head and slammed toward Xiao Xian. I said, get out of my way. The repeated obstructions had exhausted Xiao Xian's little patience. As the giant palm slammed towards him, Xiao Xian lifted his fist, as though he was holding a hurricane in his palm. Without any fancy moves, he slammed his fist into the oncoming palm. Then, a terrifying gust of wind gushed out from the point of collision like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the palm. Boom! At basically the same time, The puppet charged over and threw a punch at Xiao Xian's abdomen. The terrifying power caused Xiao Xian to immediately cough up a mouthful of blood. In a split second, Xiao Xian's left hand pressed against the puppet's chest. An invisible sword with unparalleled sword chi pierced through the puppet's body. Afterwards, Xiao Xian was sent flying in a miserable state. He only managed to stop himself 1,000 feet away. Xiao Xian's body paused. His eyes immediately looked to Xiao Yan. He only quietly sighed in relief when he discovered that the latter was fine. He curled his right hand and an invisible hurricane agglomerated into a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xiao Xian had held a sword with his own hands since his resurrection. How many years? I haven't held a sword with my hands. At the same time, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for an instant. The expressions of Yao Mei and the rest changed drastically. The emotions in their hearts also became incomparably nervous at this moment. Be careful, that guy is about to reveal his trump card. Several people circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies with solemn expressions. Energy gathered in their palms, and some even began to condense a battle skill. But Xiao Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. Xiao Xian's hand slowly touched the sword. With every inch he touched, an even more powerful sword intent seemed to gather on it. The sword trembled slightly and the air broke. This sword would be Xiao Xian's last attack in this battle. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to take Xiao Yan and leave this place. Qingmu sword art, one sword, another generation. The moment the words left his mouth, a great Dao tent instantly condensed in front of Xiao Xian. Relying on the speed of the great Dao of wind, he instantly appeared in front of Su Kong. Before the sound of the sword piercing through the air could be heard, the sword had already slashed out. Behind him were Yao Mei, the burly man with a green face, Che Fu and the severely injured puppet. Pucci. In the next instant, the few people who were hit by the sword spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces instantly turned pale. As for the puppet, the sword wound on its chest had penetrated its back, and it had been cut into two. Even if they were not heavily injured by the attack, they were still heavily injured. Su Tsong, in particular, had received Xiao Xian's first attack. It was the most powerful, so she was naturally the most heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Xian had split the power of the attack, Su Tsong probably would have died. Even so, Xiao Xian's state had also fallen to rock bottom after executing the sword attack. The only thing he could do now was to use the last trace of Genesis Qi in his body to take Xiao Yan away from this area. On the other side, the battle between Xiao Yan and Su Rui continued. In the following collisions, Xiao Yan relied on the great Dao of the void to barely stabilize his body. His continuous dodging, coupled with the speed of the wing elephant art and heaven extinction step, made it difficult for Su Rui to catch him. But in the occasional collisions, some eye-catching wounds were left on Xiao Yan's body. Boy, your speed is not bad, but I want to see how long you can keep dodging like this. Su Rui once again viciously shattered the afterimage that Xiao Yan had left behind. The expression on his face was not angry but a smile. This kind of battle situation caused him to feel the joy of a lion hunting a rabbit. Each time he gave chase, he would add more injuries to Xiao Yan's body. When the countless number of injuries were added together, it was definitely a kind of unbearable pain. He appeared to have already seen Xiao Yan's bloody appearance. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's great Dao power was exhausted, and his final dodging had lost its effect. But Su Rui still sneered and appeared in front of him again. Gaga Gaga, what's the matter, boy? You finally ran out of strength. Su Rui's face was ferocious as he bent his fingers and clawed viciously at Xiao Yan's chest. His fingers were sharp, and he looked like he was about to take his life. However, in the face of this attack, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was completely calm. The corner of his mouth, which was covered in fresh blood, was even lifted into a cold smile. His body did not dodge, appearing to be waiting for the moment of death to arrive. In the next moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. The North King's figure had appeared beside Su Rui out of nowhere, and he viciously punched at Su Rui's head. If Su Rui did not stop now, even if he killed Xiao Yan, the North King's punch would definitely be enough to take his life. Damn it! How did this bastard? Su Rui cursed inwardly. Su Rui quietly cursed in his heart. He was unwilling to use his King Yuan's life to exchange for a person who was about to die. Helpless, he could only withdraw his hand and hurriedly exchange a palm with the Northern King. His body borrowed the force to swiftly withdraw. By the time he recovered, the Northern King was already standing in front of Xiao Yan, blocking the latter's body behind it. Chapter 1240. In the sky, Su Rui looked at the North King, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan. He couldn't help but frown. His eyes flashed, and he quickly looked at the puppet that the North King had been fighting. With one look, his face instantly turned green. His own puppet had lost its original appearance after being continuously attacked by the North King. Its steel body had been reduced to a metal pancake. Its limbs were broken, and its body was destroyed. Glaring fist imprints were deeply embedded in the puppet's body. In particular, there was a hole as thick as an arm in the middle of its chest. The puppet, which was comparable to an expert at the level of King Yuan, had been reduced to scrap metal by the North King. What a terrifying puppet! It can actually beat up my puppet to such a state. However, as long as you die, this puppet will be mine. Although he was shocked, the North King's strength made Su Rui even more greedy. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the North King. With a flip of his palm, the power of the Great Path immediately gathered, and he slammed his palm toward the North King. Bang! As the attack landed, an inch-deep palm imprint was immediately left on the North King's chest. The gray power of the Great Path continued to destroy the North King's body, but shortly after, the power of lightning surged out of his body, and his sunken chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amazing recovery ability, huh? Get out of my way for now. Su Rui let out a ferocious laugh. He raised his right leg high and violently smashed it into the Northern King's chest. The heavy force sent the Northern King flying. At the same time, Xiao Yan's figure followed behind the Northern King. When Su Rui's gaze landed on Xiao Yan's body, he saw a beautiful fire lotus the size of a wash basin slowly blooming between Xiao Yan's hands. Finally, the fire lotus was sent forward in front of Su Rui's shocked eyes. It gently leaned against his chest. Try this. Boom! In the next moment, the world turned white. All the light in the world dimmed, and the entire world turned white. In the vast horizon, one could see a flourishing fire lotus in full bloom. The dazzling light caused the entire world to tremble. After a long time, the boundless void began to collapse, and a terrifying storm swept through the world. Somewhere in the void outside the storm, a white-robed old man looked at the scene before him. His turbid eyes could not help but be filled with shock. This is the aura of the heavenly flame. Could it be him? With that thought, the elder's expression could not help but change. His figure flashed, and when the afterimage disappeared, his aura had already flown far into the horizon. After a long while, when the storm of energy completely dispersed, Su Rui had already disappeared. Even his aura had been completely destroyed by the storm. Clearly, he could not be any more dead. As for Su Tsong, Yao Mei, and the others, although they were still standing in the sky, their faces were pale because they had already been injured by Xiao Xian's sword and had been attacked by the storm of energy. Although they were not heavily injured, they were not far from it. However, after using their trump cards, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian had completely lost all their battle prowess. Even with the North King blocking them, it was impossible to stop the remaining four. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian sat on the sand with pale faces. The North King stood by the side, waiting for the final struggle. Afterwards, the four of them landed on the ground and stared at the two people before them with different expressions. Cough cough. You actually killed Su Rui? Su Tsong's face was extremely gloomy. Su Tsong's face was extremely sunken. He was Su Rui's brother, yet now, a brat at returnance had actually killed him. He struggled to believe this. Of course, he felt even more grief and indignation. He had never thought that dealing with King Yuan and a brat at returnance would cause him to end up like this. Not only had his puppet been destroyed, but even his brother had been killed. Even now, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were still alive before him. Even their puppets were fine. He struggled to accept this. It's not fair, not fair, this is not fair. You must pay the price for his death. A while later, fury suddenly appeared in Su Tsong's eyes. Killing intent surged like flames in his heart. Today, the two people before him had to pay their respects to his brother with their deaths. Fair? Is it fair that you defeated him with numbers? Is it fair that you bully a returnance expert with your cultivation level as King Yuan? Or is it fair that you bully the weak with your seniority? Xiao Yan ended up laughing when he heard this. The words fairness were a joke in this place, in this group of people, and even in this entire continent. Yet, Xiao Yan was actually speaking in such a confident manner. How could it not cause others to laugh? God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. It's all because of you, you ant. In his fury, Su Tsong did not care about anything else. He circulated his Genesis Qi and suppressed the injuries in his body. His face was filled with a crazed murderous intent as he charged towards Xiao Yan. The latter's expression immediately changed upon seeing this. A thought passed through his mind and the northern king in front of him immediately charged forward. Throwing a punch at Su Kong, Su Tsong was defeated almost instantly when the two collided. He was injured in the first place, and coupled with the northern king's great strength, he was not his opponent at all. However, Ta Fu and the burly man used this opportunity to dodge the two of them. They arrived before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and reached for his head. Bizizi. However, Xiao Xian abruptly stood up. He squeezed out the last sliver of Genesis Qi in his body and forcefully activated the Sky Prison formation, temporarily restraining the movements of the two people in front of him. Go, let's leave this place. Xiao Xian's face was flushed red. Fresh bright red blood continued to seep out from the corner of his mouth. His entire face had become a little distorted due to the strain. Even though this was the case, he still hoped that Xiao Yan could leave this place alive. You want to leave? It's not that easy. You made me suffer such heavy injuries. Today I will suck your blood and eat your flesh. Before Xiao Yan could do anything, that bewitching charm once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The small face that was originally filled with charm was now filled with a terrifying, ferocious expression. A delicate bone-like hand violently pressed against Xiao Yan's head. Opening her large mouth, she aimed her mouth full of sharp teeth at Xiao Yan's neck and viciously bit down. Then, just as the seductive woman's mouth was about to reach Xiao Yan's neck, a figure in a white robe suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. Almost at the same time, a wrinkled old hand grabbed the seductive woman's slender neck. How dare you touch a member of my Xiao clan? Who do you think you are? Chapter 1241. When the old man's voice spread across the desert, the life in the bewitching eyes, whose neck was being grabbed, swiftly dissipated. Soon after, the old man waved his hand and the delicate body shot backwards, sending Su Tsong, who was being suppressed by the northern king, flying. Soon after, his turbid eyes landed on the large green-faced man and Ma Fu. He casually waved his hand and the two of them were immediately sent flying. After which, the old man lowered his eyebrows and looked at the Xiao Yan duo in front of him. When he sensed the special bloodline aura on the two of them, a surprised expression immediately appeared in the old man's eyes. Strange, isn't there only one person? Why do these two fellows possess the bloodline strength of my Xiao clan? The old man asked doubtfully. He frowned tightly. He was clearly looking for one person. However, there were actually two people in front of him. The most surprising thing was that they were actually members of his clan. If any unforeseen events had occurred during the years that he had left the clan should have informed him. However now, that group of old fellows. They actually did not inform me beforehand when something happened. Just wait and see how I will deal with all of you when I return. The old man curled his lips and cursed quietly. Soon after, his eyes once again looked at the two people in front of him. With a flip of his hand, 2 medicinal pills immediately appeared in his palm. Before the two of them could do anything, he forcefully fed them 1 pill each. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. Surging medicinal strength immediately surged into the bodies of Xiao Yan and Ma Fu like a river. While they were shocked, They were surprised to discover that the medicinal pills that the old man had fed them were swiftly healing the injuries in their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their pale faces also gradually regained their rosy complexion under the effects of the medicinal pills. This medicinal pill, what powerful medicinal strength! Even with Xiao Yan's character, his eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when he sensed the strength contained within the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill that the old man had helped him consume was likely the strongest medicinal pill that he had ever seen. Even if a Tier 5 medicinal pill was compared with it, it was likely that there was still a great gap between them. Cough cough. Senior, may I know who you are? These two are people that our 10,000 Scorpion sect master wants to kill. I hope that Senior will not interfere. Right at this moment, Yu Fu, who'd been blasted flying, forced his body to crawl up slowly. Even though he was heavily injured, he still hoped to deter this mysterious expert with the name of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He believed that with the support of the Myriad Scorpion sect, the old man would at least give him some face. After all, the Myriad Scorpion sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Southern Territory. Oh, the 10,000 Scorpion sect. When this old man passed by last time, I seem to have caught a glimpse of it. Your sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, right? Hearing this, the old man frowned and pondered for a while. Only then did he chuckle with a carefree expression. Senior actually knows that our sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. Since that is the case, you should also know what kind of revered status the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beasts possess in the magical beast world. Therefore, so your sect master is nothing. Before Yu Fu could finish speaking, the old man spoke with a face of disdain. The words he spat out caused Yu Fu's expression to instantly become ugly. The sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect is merely an abandoned pawn of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. If it was a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, these words might be useful. However, you are not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned his hand and slapped down. Soon after, Yu Fu and the other 2 people beside him who were also seriously injured were instantly smashed into meat paste. His gaze once again returned to the 2 people in front of him. Alright, since this old man has already helped you deal with the problem and consumed my medicinal pills, you can tell me now. Who is Xiao Yan? After witnessing the terrifying strength that the old man had just displayed, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to play any tricks at this moment. Although they did not know who the old man was, since things had already come to this point, there was indeed no need to hide anything. Moreover, after the old man appeared, he could vaguely sense an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the old man. That feeling made him unconsciously feel a trace of closeness to the old man. Therefore, there was no need to hide anything when speaking. Junior is Xiao Yan. May I ask what Senior wants? The old man could not help but pause when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He became rather surprised. He had heard about Xiao Yan's shocking battle achievements everywhere before. Now that he saw the 2 of them again, he felt that Xiao Yan should be an origin king at the very least. He had never thought that he would be a returnance brat. You're Xiao Yan then, Junior is Xiao Xian. You really are surnamed Xiao, but why is that? Since the 2 people in front of him were surnamed Xiao, the clan did not respond. This inevitably caused him to be a little surprised. However, when Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan heard the words that were spat out from the old man's mouth, their faces also revealed a suspicious expression. Having the same surname did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. Moreover, the 2 of them were grandfather and grandson. If their surname was not Xiao, could it be that they had another surname? Whatever. Since you're both surnamed Xiao, come with me. There's someone waiting for you. The old man could not be bothered to think about it anymore. He shook his head and waved his hand. An invisible force immediately lifted up the 2 of them, and he was about to leave. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan immediately became flustered when they saw this. Regardless of whether the old man was good or bad, they were unable to accept him taking them away for no reason. Senior, may I ask who you are and why? Have you heard of the Xiao clan in the central region? Before the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, the old man suddenly laughed. His face was filled with arrogance as he asked Xiao Yan a question. The expression on his face was as though he was boasting about his most prized treasure. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were startled when they heard these words. After which, they shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of the Xiao clan ever since they had arrived in the Yuanwu continent. Even Luo Jin had never mentioned it to him. How would he understand when this old man suddenly mentioned it? It's fine if you don't know. I'm Xiao Mingyuan, an elder of the Xiao clan. I've been ordered by the first elder to bring you back to the clan. After so many years, I've finally found you. If you still don't understand, then obediently return with me. You'll naturally understand when you return. After speaking, Xiao Mingyuan gently tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and was about to leave. Senior, please forgive me for not being able to return with you. In the next moment, Xiao Yan frowned. The aura within his body was instantly released, and he broke free from Xiao Mingyuan's control. He hurriedly retreated. To the side, Xiao Xian also hurriedly used the power of the Great Path and retreated with Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would choose to stand in Xiao Yan's position, regardless of who the other party was or what status they had. Kid, do you not believe in me? Xiao Mingyuan frowned. He would naturally be able to understand if Xiao Yan did not believe him. However, Xiao Yan dared to resist his strength in front of him. This clearly indicated the other party's determination. Xiao Yan was determined not to leave with him. It's not that I don't believe in you, senior. However, I can't leave with you. I hope you can understand. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands to Xiao Mingyuan. His attitude was respectful. It was impossible to say if he did not believe Xiao Mingyuan's words. If Xiao Mingyuan really had the intention to harm him, Xiao Yan would not be able to resist with his strength. However, if it was really as Xiao Mingyuan had said and Xiao Mingyuan really wanted to bring him back to the Xiao clan, Xiao Mingyuan would more or less give Xiao Yan some respect. Otherwise, it was fine if he did not return to the so-called Xiao clan. If you don't return with me, how can I report to my superiors? Moreover, even if you don't return with me, there should be a reason. A reason? Xiao Yan's attitude caused Xiao Mingyuan to hesitate. He was not a fool. The clan valued the person in front of him very much. Back then, he had used the sacred blood crystal to see clearly that a god-tier bloodline was something that could affect the fate of the entire Xiao clan. If he caused Xiao Yan or Xiao Xian to feel conflicted about the Xiao clan, wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? I still have a very important person waiting for my news. Therefore, I must return. I hope you can fulfill my wish. The person that Xiao Yan was talking about was naturally the little fairy doctor. The latter had been unwilling to part from the Burning Flame Valley this time around. Before they parted, the two of them had already agreed that they would meet up with her at the Burning Flame Valley. Now, however, he could not go against his agreement with the little fairy doctor because of a clan that he was still unclear about. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but chuckle when he sensed the complicated expression in Xiao Yan's eyes. It seems that you are a sentimental person. I can promise you, but... Before Xiao Yan could reveal a joyous expression, Xiao Mingyuan opened his mouth once again. He looked at Xiao Xian and said, "It's fine if you don't return with me, but the one called Xiao Xian, you must return with me. Otherwise, who will I report to if both of you leave? Listen well, there's no room for discussion. One of you must return with me." Xiao Mingyuan's last sentence had interrupted the final thoughts of the two of them. Xiao Yan was naturally dissatisfied with this. He hesitated for a moment. Before he could open his mouth, Xiao Xian by his side pursed his mouth and smiled. His hand gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in a comforting manner. He took 2 steps forward, bowed respectfully to Xiao Mingyuan, and said, "Xiao Mingyuan, since that's the case, Junior will follow Senior back." Ancestor? Xiao Yan by the side immediately revealed a reluctant expression when these words were uttered. The two of them had accompanied each other for such a long time. Now that Xiao Yan had finally recovered his physical body, he was going to leave him in such a manner. This really caused Xiao Yan to be unable to bear it. There's no need to worry. It's not like we are going to some dragon's lair or tiger's den. At the very most, we will meet again when you reach the middle region in the future. That's right. Little fellow, you must come to the middle region in the future. Although this continent is large, you will only be able to see the true experts of this continent when you reach the middle region. If you really want to compare, the so-called three sects of the southern region are merely third-rate factions in the middle region. Ha! Xiao Yan nodded with a hesitant expression when he heard this. If he had to make such a choice, he must go to the Xiao clan in the middle region in the future. Chapter 1242. Xiao Mingyuan brought Xiao Xian away. Only Xiao Yan remained for the rest of the journey. However, it was fortunate that they would reach the fire maple forest after passing through the poison cave. It was likely that they would not meet with any trouble during the remaining journey. However, Xiao Yan felt a little uncomfortable without Xiao Xian by his side. When Xiao Yan had just arrived in this world, the person closest to him was Xiao Xian. Not only did they come from the same continent, but they were also blood relatives. Now that the Xiao clan from the middle region had suddenly appeared, it was unavoidable for Xiao Yan to form a grudge in his heart. However, so what? Could he stop Xiao Mingyuan? Since Xiao Mingyuan had already left, he had to speed up his journey. He had to find Yi Honglian and raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Mingyuan had said, compared to the southern region, the central region was the place where the true experts of this continent gathered. If he wanted to see Xiao Xian again, he had to go to the central region. Thus, raising his cultivation as soon as possible became an inevitable process for Xiao Yan. Of course, this wasn't just for Xiao Xian. There was even more, such as Sunair. After passing through the poison cave, Xiao Yan saw a fiery red mountain forest in the south from afar. At first glance, it really did seem like a large expanse of flames was burning. It was like a sea of fire in the world. Such a scene was rather shocking. TSK, is that the fire maple forest? How magnificent! Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene, and the expression in his pitch-black eyes gradually became solemn. According to the Burning Sky ancestor, the fire maple forest was a forbidden place in the extreme south. No one who had ventured deep into the fire maple forest had ever returned. There had even been experts at the Origin King realm who had attempted to enter the fire maple forest, but they had similarly never returned. It was precisely because of this that the fire maple forest became famous and became a taboo place in the hearts of everyone in the extreme south. Now, Xiao Yan wanted to venture into the so-called forbidden place in the extreme south, the fire maple forest. But before that, there was something else he had to do. After turning his head to look at the poison cave behind him and confirming that no one was chasing him, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in the air and slowly closed his eyes. His heart gradually calmed down as he sensed the flow of aura in the world. After a couple of big battles, Xiao Yan had already faintly sensed that his sky extinction steps could finally advance another step. He planned to use this little time to allow his sky extinction steps to reach the advanced Ling Yun stage before he entered the fire maple forest. This would be another improvement in his overall strength. At that time, it was likely that he would no longer need to be afraid even when facing an ordinary expert at the Great Yuan King class. Following Xiao Yan's calmness, everything in the world, regardless of whether it was the wind, the sand, or the moving clouds, everything had become clear. Xiao Yan's body did not move. However, there were afterimages appearing all over the sky. Those afterimages repeatedly disappeared, agglomerated, disappeared, and agglomerated again. This continued until all the afterimages had become real. There was no longer any flowing air in the sky. Clouds drifted. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were only suddenly opened when the sky became dark. Buzz! The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, an invisible whirlwind suddenly swept out in all directions with Xiao Yan at its center. Everything in the world was swept away. There was no sand or dust in the air. Everything was as clear as a mirror, and all the haze had been washed clean. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body, which was seated cross-legged in the empty space, slowly disappeared under the blowing of the wind. He had long since disappeared from this world. Xiao Yan stood outside the fire maple forest in black robes. He raised his eyes to look at the boundless fiery red mountain forest before him. Xiao Yan felt a little hesitant in his heart. After running around for a few days, coupled with the continuous battles, he had finally arrived outside the fire maple forest. But was Yi Honglian really here? If she wasn't here, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? Moreover, with the fire maple forest's fierce reputation, once he barged in and couldn't find Yihonglian, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, since things had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. Whether or not he could find Yihonglian, Xiao Yan would have to personally make a trip to the fire maple forest to know. Huff! After letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan gathered all his strength and flew towards the fire maple forest. However, after flying for 1,000 miles, he still didn't see anything unusual. He only felt that the fire maple forest in front of him was vast and boundless. No matter how he flew and searched, he couldn't find any trace of the heavenly flame. Even when he used the heavenly flame to search for Yihonglian's tracks, it didn't have the slightest effect. Not only was there no aura of the heavenly flame in this place, he was also unable to sense the aura of magical beasts. This place was really like what the outside world said. Although it was a mountain forest, it was a land of death. There were no humans or magical beasts. However, it was also at this moment, a change appeared between heaven and earth once again. Buzz. A frightening aura suddenly descended on Xiao Yan's head. All of this happened so quickly and so ruthlessly that he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. His entire body was heavily smashed into the mountain forest below. An invisible force broke the surrounding crimson trees and sent soil flying. The moment Xiao Yan's body fell to the ground, he hurriedly used the giant elephant tactic. Relying on the golden body, he blocked this frightening aura. You are actually able to block my aura and pressure. You do have some ability. No wonder even the people from the two great sects were unable to subdue you. However, since I have personally taken action today, Xiao Yan, obediently accept your fate. A voice that was filled with dignity reverberated across the sky like a bell. When Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and looked over, he saw a masked fellow whose entire body was covered under a black robe slowly extending his hand in the sky. His 5 fingers grabbed and an invisible force immediately controlled Xiao Yan's body. The golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant tactic also gradually crumbled under this force. The person in front of him was many times stronger than Su Tsong's group. However, the most important point was that this fellow, Ghost Hall. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly the Ghost Hall. TSK. Have you recognized me? So what? With the current you, what ability do you have to escape from my palm? A familiar laughter was once again transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Almost at the same time as his words sounded, the force that wrapped around Xiao Yan's golden body suddenly increased. Immediately, a bang sound was heard. The giant elephant tactic, that had always been successful, was powerlessly shattered. At the same time, a mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Faced with the person in front of him, even if Xiao Yan used all his strength, he was still unable to obtain a trace of survival for himself. Damn it. He actually gave up just like that. Screech. However, just as the person from the ghost hall was laughing coldly, a ruthless cry that penetrated the clouds in the sky above the fire maple forest instantly broke the former's control over Xiao Yan. Chapter 1243. Have you asked for this king's permission to kill in the fire maple forest? Xiao Yan's figure immediately retreated explosively after the surrounding pressure was removed. At this moment, a large shadow suddenly enveloped the world. At the same time, a voice that was filled with dignity faintly reverberated throughout the world. When Xiao Yan and the expert from the ghost hall raised their heads and looked over, the entire sky was black. It was as if a large hand that covered the sky had blocked all the light. Only a moment later did their vision gradually become clear. Only then did they shockingly see that an enormous bird was currently floating in the sky above their heads. Everything that had happened earlier was naturally because of him. For you. You want to obstruct my ghost hall's matters? Don't mention the ghost hall in front of me. Once you're in the fire maple forest, you have to do things according to my rules. I have the final say in the fire maple forest. The dense mist that covered the sky gradually dispersed. Immediately, a middle-aged man with long crimson hair and a domineering appearance appeared in Xiao Yan's and the expert's line of sight. Other than his skin, everything else on this man's body was crimson red. He had red hair, red eyebrows, and even his stubble was crimson red. A fiery glow constantly flickered within his eyes. The only difference was that there was a bundle of golden hair in the middle of his long hair. This point caused Xiao Yan to vaguely recall something. "You are..." The expression in the eyes of the expert from the ghost hall immediately focused when he saw the appearance of the man. He could not help but feel shocked by the former's identity. "You? I have a name, Zhu Hao. If you're unhappy, then attack me if you have the guts. I haven't fought for many years. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me." Before the words from the other party's mouth could be heard, the middle-aged man's rough and heroic curses sounded out. His overbearing aura caused the face of the expert from the ghost hall to twitch. This fellow in front of him had truly displayed the character of his clan to the fullest. Not only was his words rough, his actions were even more overbearing and unyielding. "Blood Flame Bird Clan, I know you. Since you know, then hurry up and scram. If you don't, then fight me and let's see who's stronger." With a loud roar, Zhu Hao's figure had already appeared in front of the ghost hall expert in the blink of an eye. Without any fancy moves or Genesis Chi, a simple punch caused the surrounding space to instantly collapse as raging flames abruptly rose. Boom! With a single punch, the ghost hall expert's figure instantly shot back by 300 m. When his figure came to a stop, he couldn't help but shake violently. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat, and a bloody and sweet taste gradually spread out from his mouth. "Damn it! I have nothing to do with your Blood Flame Bird Clan. I only wanted to take this human away. Why did you attack me? Cut the nonsense, get out of this, daddy." The expert's figure. The expert's expression. S's. The expert's as he's as az's his rumble. An explosive sound rang out once again. Zhu Hao's figure did not retreat at all. On the other hand, the ghost hall expert in front of him was once again forced back. Although his situation was slightly better than before, his shield had already completely collapsed. "You want to protect him? But since when did a ghost hall minion like you have the right to question me? You!" The next moment, Zhu Hao's body once again attacked. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the other party, the latter's expression changed as he violently clenched his teeth. His body hurriedly rushed forward. He did not withdraw but instead advanced, charging toward where Xiao Yan was at this moment. "No one can stop the people my ghost hall wants to capture. You're courting death." Zhu Hao's figure instantly paused in the air. With a turn of his body, he immediately gave chase. However, in a clash between experts, even an instant was enough for the other party to do many things. By this time, the ghost hall expert had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A terrifying aura and pressure once again locked onto Xiao Yan, while the latter's hand grew closer and closer to Xiao Yan. Swish! In the next moment, a maple leaf floated past in the sky, and the arm that the ghost manor expert had extended forward was severed along with it. Behind him, Zhu Hao's face was anxious. Only then did his body catch up to the former. In front of the latter's horrified eyes, Zhu Hao grabbed the latter's neck and pulled his body back. At the same time, his right knee violently smashed onto the latter's waist. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking appeared one after another. The latter's body was also thrown high into the air uncontrollably. Soon after, Zhu Hao's body rose into the air. His body turned around and another whip kick was violently thrown out. This expert from the ghost hall was violently sent flying like a rubber ball. This attack had actually sent him flying out of sight. Behind him, Xiao Yan's face was dull as he watched the scene in front of him. Even the mysterious attack from earlier had turned into an endless shock in his heart that did not disappear for a long time. "The kid, who are you? Why have you been targeted by these damned bastards?" Zhu Hao returned to his senses and glanced at the depths of the fire maple forest with lingering fear. Only afterwards did his gaze return to Xiao Yan. He immediately felt curious. A returnance human had actually been personally hunted down by an origin king of the Ghost Hall. Was this not making a big fuss over a minor issue? The Ghost Hall was vicious, but they would not waste their energy on something like this. Just what was so special about the kid before him? Moreover, Junior Xiaoyan thanks Senior for saving my life. When Xiaoyan returned to his senses, he hurriedly bowed to Zhu Hao. He had clearly witnessed just how powerful the person before him was. Now that he had been saved, Xiaoyan obviously did not dare to be negligent. I'm not interested in saving you. I've only done it because someone asked me to. However, since I've saved you, I definitely can't let you leave so easily. You said you're Xiaoyan. Zhu can, get your ass over here. Zhu Hao looked past Xiaoyan and into the depths of the fire maple forest. After calling out in doubt, Xiaoyan looked back and saw a rather familiar-looking huge bird in the distant horizon. It rapidly flew towards the two of them. Only when the huge bird approached did Xiaoyan recognize it. To no surprise, it was the blood flame bird that had carried them all from the southwestern border to the southernmost regions. So this fellow was actually related to the middle-aged man before him. If he had called him over now, Xiaoyan recalled the things that his group had done to this blood flame bird back then and looked at the situation in front of him. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. Could it be considered that he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth only to enter the wolf's den? Chapter 1244. Xiaoyan could not help but think of how he had brutally beaten up the blood flame bird when he saw it arrive. Thinking about it now, he could not help but sigh inside. If only he had been a little gentler back then. The giant bird returned to human form. He was a young man with bare arms. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his face was fierce. Just his appearance alone gave off a sense of viciousness. Compared to when Xiaoyan had first met him, he was now at late returnance, even slightly higher than Xiaoyan's cultivation. This was just a little too exaggerated. Zhu Kan arrived in front of the two of them. His gaze paused briefly on Xiaoyan's body. After which, he smiled awkwardly as he looked at Zhu Hao by the side. Hee, father. Ugh. Hearing this form of address, Xiaoyan's originally somewhat dull expression instantly became dull. How could he have imagined that the Zhu Kan in front of him was actually the son of this strong person? Moreover, he had even given Zhu Kan a violent beating. According to the current situation, could this not be considered as a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger? Xiaoyan was speechless, but Zhu Hao's gaze landed on him again. He glanced at Zhu Kan and said in a rather deep voice, "It's this kid. This is the kid who beat you up last time?" Zhu Kan nodded heavily. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan. The viciousness in his eyes was self-evident, which made Xiaoyan's hairs stand on end. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. If Zhu Hao really wanted to do anything to him, he could not just sit there and wait for death even if his cultivation was not his opponent. "Heh, human kid, are you afraid that I'll take revenge on behalf of my son?" Zhu Hao sneered in disdain when he sensed the abnormality in Xiaoyan's Genesis Qi. "Then aren't you looking down on my blood flame bird clan too much? It's him who can't beat you, not me. If he's beaten up by you, he needs to fight back. This is the rule of my clan. As long as he's not crippled or dead, you can do whatever you want. I can't be bothered. So, if you want to leave today, you can either fight with Zhu Kan. If you win, you can go wherever you want. But if you lose, you can piss off from the fire maple forest. That guy outside seems to be waiting for you." Zhu Hao spoke in a low and deep voice. The casualness in his words caused Xiaoyan to not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of free-range attitude was a little too casual. At the very least, this was his own son. As his father, he was actually able to say such words. It was really crazy. No wonder their tempers would be so violent. However, this was fine as well. At least it was better than his domineering father personally taking action. However, what surprised Xiaoyan was how Zhu Kan's cultivation had risen from late origin transformation to late returnance in just a few short months. Such a heaven-defying rate of growth was just too terrifying. Hee, Xiaoyan, back then, you joined hands with that wild monkey and caused quite a lot of harm to the young master. If it were not because of your coercion, the young master would not have suffered that kind of humiliation. Fortunately, I have finally returned. Staying in that remote and desolate place? Oh? Just when Zhu Can mentioned the Lu family, Zhu Hao frowned. Zhu Hao immediately became terrified. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at his father with fear, then he continued, "The Lu family is the Lu family. However, things are different now. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely be able to trample you beneath my feet." Zhu Can could not help but smile confidently when he reached the end. After returning to the clan, he had completed the awakening of his bloodline according to the rules of the clan. His cultivation had skyrocketed as well. He believed that he would be able to reach Origin King in just a few years. At that time, Zhu Can could not help but yearn for the feeling of power in the future, but now, boom! Xiaoyan did not use any fancy moves. Just like how Zhu Hao had attacked earlier, Xiaoyan swiftly stepped forward and sent Zhu Can flying with a simple punch while Zhu Can was in an intoxicated state. "Senior, you said earlier that I can leave as long as I win. May I ask if I can leave now?" Xiaoyan politely smiled. His gaze once again returned to Zhu Hao's body as he respectfully asked. "Ugh." However, Xiaoyan's words left Zhu Can at a loss for words. According to the rules of the Blood Flame Bird clan, Xiaoyan's punch was swift and fierce, and it could be said to be extremely beautiful. Zhu Can could naturally be considered to have lost, and Xiaoyan could leave. However, logically speaking, Xiaoyan's method could be considered a sneak attack, so it was not the right way to win. However, the Blood Flame Bird clan was all about being straightforward and domineering. A win was a win. Moreover, in a true battle, they never cared about unorthodox methods. Thinking about it like that, Xiaoyan did seem to have one. "Isn't that too fast?" Zhu Hao curled his lips and muttered to himself. He raised his head and saw that Xiaoyan was about to leave. Just as he was about to stop him, Zhu Can, who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan's punch, suddenly charged over and charged toward Xiaoyan with violent power. "Again!" Xiaoyan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the strength elephant skill was immediately displayed. He turned around and threw a punch, sending this fellow flying once again. After which, his gaze looked at Zhu Hao, appearing to be waiting for his explanation. Cough cough, since this kid still has the strength to fight, then even I can't stop him. These are the rules. Zhu Hao coughed dryly. He had never thought that Xiaoyan would be so domineering. He could actually send Zhu Can flying with a single punch as a mid-returnance expert. Such battle prowess could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, Zhu Can had been sent flying by Xiaoyan before he could even return to his senses. "This piece of trash." Zhu Hao cursed. Zhu Hao curled his mouth and scolded in a bad mood. Soon after, he saw that Zhu Can was once again sent flying by Xiaoyan. His entire body immediately turned around in embarrassment. Hearing the miserable cries that were repeatedly transmitted from behind him, even with his character, he could not help but feel pity for Zhu Can. A while later, when Zhu Can stood up once again in a horrible shape, Xiaoyan had run out of energy. However, Zhu Can seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Every time he was sent flying, Zhu Can would stand up again. His willpower was truly shocking. Without any other choice, Xiaoyan could only use the Heaven's End steps to quickly leave. Zhu Hao obviously discovered Xiaoyan's departure as soon as possible. Only after Xiaoyan had vanished from his sight did he turn around. He raised his head and looked at the sky to the south. He bowed slightly before picking up Zhu Can and flying towards a certain place in the forest. At the same time, in the deepest part of the fire maple forest, on the outskirts of a certain mountain valley, a noble lady wearing a blue dress was looking at the northern side. Her beautiful face had an icy expression. This lady was the one whom Xiaoyan's group had met a couple of times back then. Li Bing Rui. Chapter 1245. The vast and boundless fire maple forest was thousands of kilometers deep. Even with Xiaoyan's speed, it took him 2 days to travel south. Until now, there was already an endless bright red sea of fire behind him. At this moment, there was a green mountain in front of Xiaoyan that rose into the sky. At the foot of the green mountain, on the east side of the cliff, a graceful figure was sitting quietly. The lady also opened her eyes when Xiaoyan arrived at this place. Their gazes immediately collided. "It's you, Li Bingrui." Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw that this woman had actually appeared in this place. His expression was somewhat surprised. It was unexpected that he would actually meet her again after parting back then. It was really as Li Bingrui had said. "I told you that we would meet again. I've been waiting for you here for more than 2 months. You really did come, but you're much later than I expected." Li Bingrui was expressionless and cold. She seemed to have expected Xiao Yan's arrival. "You knew I would come?" He frowned. He had only met this woman a few times. How did she know he would come here? "For the hellfire of the Red Lotus, you must come here." The hellfire of the Red Lotus is here. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was initially startled when these words were uttered. Soon after, it turned into an endless wild joy. Since this was the case, his trip to the fire maple forest was not in vain. Raising his head to look at the green mountain in front of him, Xiao Yan's blood was instantly ignited. Since he had found the Red Lotus hellfire, it meant that his cultivation could advance further. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily quickened his footsteps and walked toward the valley behind Li Bingrui. However, in the next second, at the same time as the cold voice sounded, an icy cold bone-piercing long sword suddenly passed in front of Xiao Yan. The sharp sword aura caused Xiao Yan's advancing footsteps to instantly stop. His body also unconsciously took 2 steps back. When he raised his eyes to take a look, Li Bingrui's figure had already appeared in front of him. The tip of the icy cold long sword in her hand turned and pointed at him. What is the meaning of this? Frowning, Xiao Yan was thinking about the heavenly fire. How could he be in the mood to care about this girl? Why do you think I am waiting for you here? If you want to see my master, you have to go through me first. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed after her words sounded. His heart felt incomparably shocked because of this. The person that Li Bingrui was referring to was undoubtedly Yihong Lian. However, Yihong Lian was a heavenly flame and possessed a violent affinity. How could she have a disciple who practiced the ice affinity? This was too unbelievable. However, after hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiao Yan understood that the them that Li Bingrui had mentioned to Xiao Yan back then should be referring to Guyu and Hai Mochin. Only Li Bingrui, who was well aware of this, would know that the 2 of them existed in Xiao Yan's body. "I have come here to look for Senior Yi Hong Lian. I do not wish to have any dispute with you." After a moment of thought, Xiao Yan shook his head gently in the end. Li Bingrui was Yi Hong Lian's disciple after all, so he obviously needed to be polite when he spoke to her. At the same time, Luo Jin seemed to have an extremely deep impression of this woman from the moment he saw her. If he attacked Li Bingrui, it would probably be difficult for him to explain himself to Luo Jin. "If you want to see my master, you have to defeat me. Otherwise, I will use everything I have to stop you. Killing you is also within the scope of stopping you." However, Li Bingrui did not show the slightest bit of mercy in the face of Xiao Yan's words. The long sword in her hand suddenly pierced toward Xiao Yan at the same time as the words in her mouth sounded, aiming at the spot between his brows. Swish, however, what her sword had pierced was merely an afterimage of Xiao Yan. What? Li Bingrui was immediately shocked when she saw this. They were both at returnants, but Xiao Yan was much faster than her. She actually failed to discover how Xiao Yan had dodged the attack. It was truly strange. When Li Bingrui turned around, Xiao Yan had already appeared outside the valley. Looking at the stairs before him, Xiao Yan slowly made his way up. Since he had come to someone else's territory, he had to follow the rules. All he needed to do was climb the stairs. "Get down." In the next moment, Li Bingrui appeared in a flash again. She swung her sword viciously, but Xiao Yan twisted his body and bent his waist. He managed to dodge the attack at an extremely strange angle. As he stood up, a stream of energy suddenly shot out from the sword. It shot up from the bottom, targeting Xiao Yan's crotch. "You're going to end my lineage." Alarmed, Xiao Yan could only retreat helplessly. The moment he stopped, he immediately used the force elephant technique and blasted the stream of energy away with a punch. However, at the same time, an extremely cold presence wrapped around Xiao Yan's fist. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread across his right arm. The extreme coldness caused Xiao Yan's body to feel piercing pain. Boom! With a thought, heavenly fire ignited and gradually melted the thin layer of ice. However, this scene also left Xiao Yan extremely shocked. It was merely a thin layer of ice, yet it was able to endure for a couple of breaths under his heavenly flame. In Xiao Yan's past experience, other than the extreme cold ice soul, there was no other ice that could endure under his heavenly flame. Yet, Li Bingrui's ice was actually able to my ice Genesis Chi has long been able to withstand the corrosion of heavenly fire under master's training. In this world, there is no flame that can suppress me, not even you. Sensing the surprise in Xiao Yan's heart, Li Bingrui coldly snorted. Her body flickered again and her sword rapidly rotated. In the blink of an eye, several streams of energy shot out one after another. Even Xiao Yan couldn't avoid them. Left with no choice, he could only block them with his heavenly fire. As he retreated, Xiao Yan landed on the steps that led to the depths of the valley. Leave this place and I can pretend that nothing happened. If you don't come again, I won't find trouble with you. Li Bingrui stood on the steps and coldly stared at Xiao Yan. Her tone was especially resolute. In order to not leave master and not let her master disappear from this world, she would never allow Xiao Yan to take a single step into the valley. She had painstakingly trained over the years and trained across the continents so that she could one day chase away those who came looking for Yi Honglian. She would not allow anyone to step into the pure land that was the fire maple forest. I'm sorry, I can understand how important your master is to you, but I also hope that you can understand that finding her is my decision and no one can stop me. Xiao Yan shook his head. As his voice faded, he activated the giant elephant art. Chapter 1246. You're courting death. A chilling expression appeared on Li Bingrui's face when Xiao Yan's golden body condensed. Her body moved as the sword in her hand viciously stabbed toward Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The tip of the sword tore through space as it stabbed toward Xiao Yan. Clang. When the sword was less than a meter away from Xiao Yan raised his right hand and extended two fingers to stop the sword. No matter how much force Li Bingrui used, she was unable to advance even an inch. You're Yi Honglian's disciple. I don't want to fight with you, so please move aside. Xiao Yan said indifferently. His right hand trembled slightly and a huge force immediately followed the long sword and attacked Li Bingrui's right hand. The long sword in her hand was immediately uncontrollably removed by Xiao Yan. After which, he gently swung it and it was inserted into the rock wall in the distance. Xiao Yan then took a step forward and took large strides toward the stairs. I won't allow you to go up. The expression on Li Bingrui's pretty face became increasingly gloomy when she saw that Xiao Yan was still unwilling to stop. Her delicate body moved and she personally pounced at Xiao Yan. Genesis Chi revolved between her hands as a turbulent energy poured out and crazily bombarded Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in the face of this. Li Bingrui's cold ice was able to nullify the temperature of the heavenly flame to a certain extent. It would be extremely troublesome if one were to come into contact with it. Hence, Xiao Yan could only use the sky extinction steps to dodge this sharp attack of Li Bingrui's. Fortunately, after reaching the advanced level of the heaven annihilation steps, Xiao Yan's speed had reached a whole new level. In terms of speed, Xiao Yan could even match an ordinary origin king, let alone a late returnance expert like Li Bingrui. After several hundred exchanges, she had failed to even touch the corner of Xiao Yan's clothes, which infuriated Li Bingrui. Bastard, do you only know how to dodge as a man? Once again, Xiao Yan dodged her attack. Li Bingrui was already so angry that she clenched her teeth. However, Xiao Yan still had a smile that deserved a beating, as if he was afraid that she was not angry enough. I'm already going easy on you by not attacking you. Do I have to stand here and let you hit me? Who needs you to go easy on me? If you really have the ability, then fight me fair and square. As he spoke, Xiao Yan easily dodged Li Bingrui's attack again. You'll take me to see your master if I win? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. His smile carried some calmness as he watched Li Bingrui's lovely body rush past him. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration at this moving scene in front of him. However, when these words entered Li Bingrui's ears, it caused the latter to curse loudly. The anger on her beautiful face became even denser. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with anger. Bullshit. It's impossible for you to defeat me, and you can forget about seeing my master. Slut. Li Bingrui's pretty face immediately revealed an embarrassed and angry expression the moment the curse fell from her mouth. Her face was so red that it even reached her ears. Her pretty eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yan had actually, if a beauty says such words, be careful that you don't become ugly. Xiao Yan smiled shamelessly. As he felt the tenderness that remained in his palm, he could not help but rub his hands together. Just now, when Li Bingrui was cursing out loud, her body happened to pass by in front of Xiao Yan. Therefore, he gave her a slap in passing. In the end, it just happened to hit her extremely elastic but die. However, when she heard Xiao Yan's words that seemed to excuse her, the anger on Li Bingrui's face became even heavier. Her heart was incomparably ashamed and resentful. She extended her hand and beckoned. The icy-cold longsword that was shot out by Xiao Yan instantly returned to her hand. Following the sound of breaking air, dozens of energy pillars shot out in succession, aiming for Xiao Yan's vital points. There were even a few energy pillars that unknowingly shot towards Xiao Yan's crotch. This caused Xiao Yan's crotch to tighten, and his dodging movements became even faster. After failing dozens of times, Li Bingrui threw the long sword in her hand in shame and anger. The moment the long sword neared Xiao Yan's body, it suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. With the force of breaking through the air, the fragments shot towards various parts of Xiao Yan's body. It was naturally impossible to dodge such a concentrated attack, but Xiao Yan managed to block it with the rich Genesis Qi in his body. Almost at the same time, however, Li Bingrui quickly raised her hands. Her 10 fingers linked together, rapidly forming a seal between her jade-like hands. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from her body, condensing into icy-cold long swords in the air around her. Mysterious ice assassination. Xiao Yan's jade-like hands held 2 icy-cold long swords. They cut through the sky, and every long sword that came into contact with them instantly shattered, turning into a countless number of fragments. They carried an extremely cold aura as they suddenly broke through the air and violently shot toward Xiao Yan's golden body. However, this was not the end. Great Tao of Ice. Mysterious ice illusion. At the next moment, Li Bingrui's cry was once again emitted from her mouth. At the same time, numerous mirrors that were formed from cold ice immediately began to form around Xiao Yan's body. The strength of the Great Path was displayed at this moment. Within each mirror was an image similar to Li Bingrui's at this moment. She was holding 2 swords and the sky was filled with cold ice fragments. The most shocking thing was that when Li Bingrui approached Xiao Yan, the images within the mirrors actually leaped out of the mirrors and agglomerated into substance before violently piercing towards Xiao Yan. Dozens of Li Bingrui held their swords at the same time. Countless ice shards shot towards Xiao Yan while accompanied by an extremely cold aura. The entire place instantly turned chilly because of the Great Path of Ice. The air was extremely cold, frost fell from the ground, and snow filled the sky. Even Xiao Yan's actions and the speed at which the Genesis Qi in his body circulated were affected. This woman's Great Tao of Ice is terrifying. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt shocked when he sensed this. Moreover, from the looks of Li Bingrui's stance, it was as though she wanted to take his life. If he continued to stubbornly defend, it was likely that he would really be in danger. Xiao Yan, since you want to see me, you must first defeat my disciple. Otherwise, as this girl said, leave here and never come back. It was also at this moment that a voice that was filled with a graceful aura suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. Almost instantly, Xiao Yan abruptly raised his head and looked at the surrounding world. A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he watched Li Bingrui, who was getting closer and closer to him. In other words, Yi Honglian was asking him to take action. Since Elder says so, Junior will accept Elder's invitation. As his voice faded, Xiao Yan grasped the air, and the heavy Shen Buster sword flew into his hand. At the same time, light blue flames suddenly rose. Chapter 1247. The moment the flame burned, Li Bingrui's attack, which was filled with an imposing aura, landed heavily in the air. The two long swords in her hands broke through the empty space. Everywhere they passed, a world of cold ice appeared. At this moment, when one looked behind Li Bingrui, one could see that even the entrance of the valley was filled with cold ice. A countless number of cold ice fragments carried an extremely cold sword aura as they swiftly fell from around Xiao Yan's body. They were about to land on Xiao Yan's body in the next moment. However, Xiao Yan's face was calm and composed. Since Yi Honglian had allowed him to take action, he naturally didn't need to worry about anything. He slowly raised the heavy buster sword. Xiao Yan faced his surroundings, and with one thought, the Genesis Qi in his body frantically poured into the heavy buster sword. A blazing aura soared into the sky like a rainbow. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. Soon after, an explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His body swiftly rotated and 7 feet of sword light were swung out from all over his body. A frightening flame glow immediately rose from the ground. At the same time that it broke through the empty space, it also shattered the ice illusions that were charging over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's surroundings were swept away. But, No, where's that woman? Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he suddenly sensed something. Although the ruler glow earlier was ferocious, it merely broke those illusions that were agglomerated from the great way of ice. What about Li Bingrui herself? By the time Xiao Yan recovered, a shocking cry suddenly sounded in the sky above his head. By the time Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw that Li Bingrui was holding a longsword in her hand. She had already arrived in the sky above his head. She pointed the tip of her sword and countless numbers of cold ice immediately fell, violently striking Xiao Yan's body. At the same time that they destroyed his clothes, they also turned into a thick layer of ice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Ice Spirit Slash. Li Bingrui raised the ice sword in her hand. As she poured Genesis Qi into it, the world trembled, and countless pieces of ice condensed in the void. As a thin layer of ice covered the ice sword, a giant sword also formed above Xiao Yan's head. Suddenly, an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura spread from the giant sword. The chilling aura made one's heart tremble, and a terrifying pressure firmly locked onto Xiao Yan below. Li Bingrui didn't hold back at all in this attack. She was clearly determined to kill. If Xiao Yan couldn't fight back, he would definitely die under this sword. In the next instant, an icy shout abruptly sounded from Li Bingrui's mouth. She tightly gripped the sword with both hands and viciously swung it downwards. The giant sword in the sky also abruptly fell at the same time. The invisible space was instantly pierced, causing the world to tremble as a terrifying pressure descended towards Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was still sealed in ice. If he couldn't even break through the ice, how could he possibly dodge this attack? You're dead for sure. Xiao Yan, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Why did you have to come to the fire maple forest? Why did you have to obtain Kacha? Before the extremely cold words from Li Bingrui's mouth sounded, the cold ice below, which was firmly controlling Xiao Yan's body, suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was incomparably clear in Li Bingrui's ears at this moment. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread over the cold ice. So what if you've broken the ice seal? You won't be able to dodge this ice spirit slash. Die for me. The shout that was filled with murderous intent sounded once again. Under Li Bingrui's control, the speed of the giant sword's descent instantly became a little faster. Just as it was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, the latter lifted his head, his eyes filled with flames. A purple-gold clan tattoo shone between his eyebrows. At this moment, a palm-sized flaming roulette was spinning rapidly in his hand. In the middle of the roulette, there was a thumb-sized blackta. It was as deep as the void, emitting an endless illusory and devouring feeling. Most importantly, it seemed to contain a special power, Buddha's fury. Reincarnation? As the shout sounded, it was as if the entire world was trembling. When Xiao Yan raised the roulette in his hand and pointed it at the giant sword above his head, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the black dot in the middle of the roulette. In an instant, thush, the empty space above Xiao Yan's head instantly shattered. The strange black-colored light pillar collided with the enormous sword in the blink of an eye. Li Bingrui was immediately shocked to see that this enormous sword, which she had spent most of her strength to agglomerate, was actually gradually disintegrating under this strange black light. The strength on it became increasingly scattered until a crack line appeared on the enormous sword, causing a corner of the enormous sword to shatter. After which, cracks spread rapidly until the entire giant sword was covered by the cracks. With a bang, the attack that contained most of Li Bingrui's energy exploded. The remaining energy of the black light pillar broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. That's a grand skill of the ways. The special power within the Buddha's fury was Xiao Yan's way of the void. Although he had not sensed it personally, Li Bingrui could see it clearly. With her understanding of the power of ways, she obviously understood that skills of the ways could only be used by origin kings. Although it was normal for Xiao Yan to defeat her using this move, she was still unwilling to accept the fact that a returnance expert had comprehended a skill of the ways. Of course, even Xiao Yan did not know that the Buddha's fury he had created could perfectly fuse with the way of the void, becoming a so-called skill of the ways of the ways. Xiao Yan did not immediately rush toward the interior of the valley after breaking the enormous sword. Instead, he circulated the heavenly flame within his body once before moving. To be honest, when Li Bingrui had sealed his body with ice, he could not have broken it with just the mysterious fire. In a moment of desperation, he had borrowed the power of the bloodline in his body, the support of the giant elephant tactic, and even the dragon phoenix ancient armor. In the end, he had used the overbearing hidden force of the grade 8 collapse to barely break the ice. It had to be mentioned that Li Bingrui's way of the ice was indeed powerful. Whether it was its ability to suppress heavenly flames or its terrifying toughness, it was much more powerful than other experts of the same element. However, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless at all in order to find Yi Honglian. He had only used the Buddha's fury earlier because he had no other choice. If he had not done that, he probably would not have been able to endure Li Bingrui's attack. However, what surprised him was that it was extraordinarily effective. Xiao Yan no longer paid any attention to Li Bingrui after returning to his senses. With a single step, he used the Heaven's Annihilation steps and immediately charged into the valley. Li Bingrui's expression immediately changed when she saw this. She hurriedly chased after Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether she won or lost, she would never allow Xiao Yan to come into contact with Yi Honglian. She would never let her master leave her side. Bingru, just let him in. Just as Li Bingrui was about to move to stop Xiao Yan, Yi Honglian's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Li Bingrui's body immediately froze. Subsequently, she could only stay where she was with a bitter face. Chapter 1248. When Xiao Yan passed through the valley and arrived at the deepest part of the Green Mountain, a somewhat familiar scene appeared once again. In front of Xiao Yan was a cliff. It was flat and clean, as though it had been cut out by some kind of sharp weapon. Fire-red lotus flowers grew on the walls and gathered upwards. They were bathed in sunlight, and a blazing aura spread in the air. Below the cliff was a bottomless pool. The pool water was clear, and pebbles were placed at the bottom. Lotus flowers floated on the pebbles. Although they looked elegant, there was not a single fish in them. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Xiao Yan frowned as these words suddenly popped up from the corner of his mouth. He then looked up. Stone platforms floated in the air in front of him. Red lotus flowers bloomed on them, and they reached the top of the mountain. Although Xiao Yan did not take a closer look, he knew that there were exactly 100 stone platforms. With the experience of Gu Yu and Hai Machin, Xiao Yan immediately guessed Yi Honglian's intention. Or rather, he had expected it. Although he had passed Li Bingrui, the 100-step stone platform was the true test for him. Unless he could pass the 100-step stone platform, he could forget about seeing Yi Honglian. Humph, the red lotus stone platform was specially prepared for you by Master. Even if you can pass me, you can forget about reaching the top of the mountain. Li Bingrui stepped forward with an ice-cold expression. Her beautiful eyes ruthlessly glared at the vicious person in front of her. In the end, she coldly snorted and did not do anything else. Since Yi Honglian had already opened her mouth, she would naturally not attack Xiao Yan. Even though this was the case, when she recalled that this fellow had actually a cluster of fire would still rise from the bottom of her heart. In front of the pool, Xiao Yan ignored Li Bingrui by the side. Instead, he slowly shut his eyes and exhaled a long breath. A pale blue fire flashed across his dark black pupils the moment he abruptly opened them. The Genesis chi in his body suddenly rose at this moment. Giant elephant art. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart. His feet heavily stomped on the ground and his body immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived on the first stone platform. A turbulent strength once again erupted when his feet landed. Boom! Xiao Yan's foot landed and the stone platform that was floating in the air immediately sank down uncontrollably. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body once again leaped up and rushed to the next stone platform. Behind him, Li Bingrui coldly watched. Although Xiao Yan's movements were not slow, this was only the beginning. The higher he went, the more difficulties he would face. Xiao Yan stepped on the red lotus in the sky above the stone platform. His body continued to dash forward. Each time his feet stepped on the ground, the red lotus would be instantly destroyed, transforming into a fierce flame that burned intensely. When he flew forward, the flame would stick to his legs like sticky candy. Following the movement of his body, it swiftly climbed and spread. By the time Xiao Yan had rushed up half the stone steps, his entire golden body had already been completely wrapped by the flame. Xiao Yan's body was dripping with perspiration as he stood below. His expression had also become solemn because of this. Under the burning of the flames, Xiao Yan's golden body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden light on it was getting weaker and weaker, and some parts were even broken. The flames were rushing towards his body, causing Xiao Yan to have no choice but to use more of his strength to solidify his golden body. The giant elephant's skill itself required the strength of the physical body. Therefore, the exhaustion of this golden body also meant that Xiao Yan's strength was being exhausted at an accelerated rate. If this continued, it was likely that before he could reach the top, these flames would cause him to lose all his strength and collapse on the stone platform. Although your physical strength is tyrannical, it is nothing in front of the red lotus hellfire. By the side, Li Bingrui was completely unaware as she leaped forward and followed. Both of her feet stood in the empty air. Her two snow-white arms were hugged in front of her chest, blocking a large area of snow-white soft land. Her face was gloating as she watched Xiao Yan, who was clearly having a hard time, in front of her, waiting for him to fail. The red lotus hellfire had a terrifying flame that could devour the physical body. No matter how strong one's body was, it was like a thin piece of paper in front of the red lotus hellfire. Once it touched the body, it would instantly turn into nothingness. Of course, the red lotus hellfire was also known as the flame of nirvana. Once it was refined, the person who obtained it would have a physical body that was indestructible and invincible. However, as of now, Xiao Yan could not even reach the stone platform, so how could he refine the red lotus hellfire? Ha! Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the dragon phoenix ancient armor suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. The heavenly fire surged and condensed into an armor of heavenly fire outside his body. Then, his body suddenly shot out and went straight to the top of the mountain. On the cliff, Xiao Yan's body was covered in crimson flames. His golden body had been broken, and the armor of heavenly fire was rapidly weakening under the corrosion of the red lotus hellfire. Until now, Xiao Yan had only reached the 70th level of the stone platform. After the armor of heavenly fire was broken, it was the turn of the dragon phoenix ancient armor that Xiao Yan was so proud of. The dragon phoenix ancient armor had always been known to be impervious to fire and water. In the past, it had helped Xiao Yan to defend against external attacks. However, in front of the red lotus hellfire, it was still too weak. When Xiao Yan stepped onto the 80th level of the stone platform, he was already exhausted. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor was still struggling to hold on, but Xiao Yan could only collapse on the stone platform in exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and endured the burning of the flames. When the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor on his body was broken, Xiao Yan's flesh and blood were quickly burned and shriveled under the burning of the heavenly fire. In a few minutes, Xiao Yan's hands were burned to the point that the white bones underneath were exposed. Even the bones were beginning to turn into ashes. Xiao Yan, whose face was completely unrecognizable, emitted a painful roar from his mouth. The flesh in front of his chest had already swiftly disappeared under the burning of the heavenly flame. His entire body involuntarily twitched intensely. Only a pale blue flame continued to rise within his eyes. Kacha! At a certain moment, a strange cracking sound rang out from within Xiao Yan's vortex. Xiao Yan's body suddenly came to a halt. Afterwards, his skeletal body suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth. It let out a deafening roar and a terrifying suction force surged out from its mouth. The roaring flames on his body were forcefully sucked into Xiao Yan's body. Under the violent burning of his heavenly fire, it was forcefully refined into surging energy, which was poured into the vortex. At the same time, Xiao Yan's presence rapidly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached late returnance. Even his body that had been consumed by the flames earlier had recovered. Huff! Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He raised his head and looked at the remaining stone platforms above his head. A ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. Soon after, his body suddenly leaped and once again shot up explosively, heading straight to the top of the mountain. The stone platform where Xiao Yan's foot had landed had actually shattered to pieces. Chapter 1249. At the top of the Green Mountain, there was a guzheng and a hut. When Xiao Yan reached the top, the hundreds of stone platforms below all collapsed. Red lotuses bloomed and flames rose in spirals. In the pool, the water turned into ice and the lotuses turned into fire. This also proved that the world did not necessarily have to be clear water to have no fish. In extremely cold water, naturally, no fish could survive. At the top of the Green Mountain, there was only a platform with a length and width of more than 30 meters. A hut was on the side of the cliff, surrounded by rocks and weeds. On a blue stone, there was a guzheng with a lotus painted on it, but there was no one there. After stabilizing himself, Xiao Yan gasped for breath for a while. Feeling the surging power in his body, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yihonglian had held back. Otherwise, if he was really contaminated by the Red Lotus Hellfire, Xiao Yan would not have the chance to stand here, let alone take the opportunity to break through his cultivation. You actually swallowed my Red Lotus Hellfire. At this moment, a slightly angry woman's voice suddenly sounded. On the empty platform, the guzheng was fluctuated by an invisible force. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. Xiao Yan's body also knelt down in an instant. Behind him, Li Bingrui also quickly reached the top of the mountain, but she was not deterred by the pressure. With a cold face, she first looked at Xiao Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, then frowned and looked at the hut in front of her. She quickly bowed and saluted. Master, not only is this guy despicable and extremely shameless, but he also forcibly absorbed your mystical fire into his body to improve his cultivation and break through the shackles of the stone steps. In my opinion, it's better to throw him down the mountain and never set foot in the fire maple forest again. Junior thanks Senior for your kindness. Without Senior's permission, Junior's cultivation would not have improved. The two of them spoke in unison. Xiao Yan's words made Li Bingrui frown. Her cold eyes instantly fell on Xiao Yan and she said coldly, "Who is it? It's clearly you who is shameless and forcibly absorbed teacher's fire into your body." With a soft hum, the pressure that fell on Xiao Yan's head instantly dissipated. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a fiery red robe appeared on the platform. The latter was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, her fair and slender jade-like hands gently stroking the zither strings. Her fingertips plucked, and a beautiful zither sound came out. When Xiao Yan looked up, the scene in front of him was truly breathtaking. The woman's fiery red hair stirred one's heart. As it fluttered in the wind, the strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her appear even more seductive. Under the illumination of the sunlight, her cheeks appeared especially exquisite, as white and smooth as milk. Her pair of eyes were as translucent as gems, suffused with a bright light of wisdom. If one looked at her for too long, it seemed as if one would fall into her eyes. Her perky nose suddenly appeared adorable, and her fiery red lips were even more delicate and alluring. As her curves extended and one's line of sight widened, her graceful figure was completely taken into one's eyes. It had to be said that she was truly a stunner in the world. She is indeed different from those two rotten old men. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes rotated, and he immediately thought of Gu Yu and Haimachin. They were both heavenly flames, and they were both left behind by the two Shi ancient god. The gap between Yi Honglian and the two of them was really great. If those two old men were to transform into women, that appearance, Xiao Yan really did not dare to imagine. Buzz! Soon after, Yi Honglian's slender fingertips gently plucked the zither strings while Xiao Yan was absent-minded. An invisible wave swept out, and sent Xiao Yan flying by the time he lifted his head. Fortunately, Xiao Yan recovered in time. Just before he fell off the cliff, he relied on the sky absolute steps to stand up and stabilize his body. If you dare to do so again, I will send you out of this place. This junior knows his mistake. Xiao Yan immediately bowed respectfully and apologized after Yi Honglian's words sounded. Li Bingrui by the side was eager for Yi Honglian to chase Xiao Yan away. Her pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her eyes were filled with disgust. However, Yi Honglian ignored her and continued to play her zither. She appeared to be unconcerned about Xiao Yan's motive for coming here. Bing, the water in the pool has frozen. Don't you want to go and take a look? A long while later, Yi Honglian once again spoke after Li Bingrui had become impatient from standing. The latter's pretty face immediately changed when she heard this. She seemed to have thought of something, but she glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. She hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully to Yi Honglian, after which she descended the mountain by herself. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Honglian did not say anything else, and Xiao Yan did not move. Only the sound of the zither could be heard on the mountain peak. Until a certain moment, only after the song ended did Yi Honglian stabilize the zither. She lifted a pair of eyes that were filled with charm and looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. At this moment, the latter was still in a respectful posture with his waist bent. His forehead was filled with perspiration. Only when Yi Honglian's gaze shot over did he raise his body slightly. Do you know why I was unwilling to talk to you earlier? Senior is testing this junior's willpower. This junior will naturally do his best to complete it. Xiao Yan said respectfully. However, he secretly curled his lips. If she did not say it, who knew what her real intention was? There is no need to flatter me. I know what you are thinking in your heart. It is not important to me and I do not care. As long as you do not say it, it does not matter. I only have one disciple, Bing. If you do not send her away, you can forget about getting close to me, much less obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Now that Bing has left, let's talk about you. Junior, please speak. Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed respectfully after Yi Honglian's words sounded. After his previous actions, he did not dare to easily look at this woman in front of him. As the saying went, a femme fatale. These words were true. Since those two old fellows, Gu Yu and Haimachin, have chosen you, there is nothing I can say. I can hand the Red Lotus Hellfire to you. However, before that, you must agree to a request of mine. If you are unable to do so, then, Senior, this junior will do his best to fulfill your request. This time around, before the former's voice had even sounded, Xiao Yan had already expressed his determination with a firm face. His righteous manner appeared to be somewhat heroic. Yi Honglian laughed in a somewhat mocking manner when she saw this. She teased. Then, you should marry Bing and treat her well for the rest of her life. Senior, once these words were uttered, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stiffened. Yi Honglian's actions were the same as pushing him into the fire pit. Forget about Li Bingrui's opinion of him, it was likely that he would not be able to answer to Luo Jin. If he really agreed to Yi Honglian's request, would he not be torn apart by Luo Jin? Let's do it this way. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. Yi Honglian spoke with an attractive smile on her face. Seeing Xiao Yan's dull face, it was clear that he had yet to recover from the shock from earlier. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. From today onwards, I will allow Bing to follow you. You can choose not to marry her, but you must protect her. If anything happens to her, I am willing to die under the lightning penalty. Xiao Yan also opened his mouth when Yi Honglian's word sounded. His expression was firm. Not long after, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The lightning penalty oath was thus formed. Chapter 1250. The next day, when the sun had just risen from the eastern horizon, Xiao Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed past the depths of his pitch-black eyes, and the aura around his body shook slightly. Soon after, it was withdrawn into his body. After an entire night of continuous condensation, the cultivation that he had broken through yesterday had already become much more solid. Next, he should prepare to refine the flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. Out of Xiao Yan's expectations, Yi Honglian actually held the complete flame mantra chi method in her hands. Yi Honglian did not understand the reason for this. She only remembered that when she transformed into her human form, this chi method had already been stored in her mind. Only yesterday did she hand it over to Xiao Yan. Obtaining the complete flame mantra chi method was definitely a pleasant surprise for Xiao Yan. Now that the flame mantra was complete, as long as he refined it, he could begin to prepare to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire. At that time, Xiao Yan believed that his cultivation would definitely leap to the Origin King realm. However, he did not know if his cultivation would be able to reach the Origin King realm if he added the remaining geocentric milk marrow in his hands. Once he reached that level, coupled with the methods that Xiao Yan currently possessed, it was likely that no one in the extreme south would be able to truly threaten him. Even if the two great sects joined hands, he would be completely fearless. Of course, this was on the premise that the Burning Flame Valley was not implicated. After resting for a while, Xiao Yan once again closed his eyes and focused. He looked inside his mind and saw a fist-sized scarlet-red ball of light in his mind. This was the entire flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. The ball of light looked like a fiery red lotus in full bloom. There was a circle of red light surrounding it, and it emitted a blazing aura. Although it wasn't some special power, it was still surprising. With the experience from the two previous times, the process of refining the flame mantra was just as smooth as before. In less than 4 hours, all the information within the ball of light had been completely absorbed by Xiao Yan, becoming a part of him. Afterwards, Xiao Yan used the momentum to cultivate crazily. His cultivation completely stabilized at late returnance, and he even approached the peak of late returnance. However, Xiao Yan purposefully suppressed it and stopped in the end. Although he could indeed use the power of the flame mantra to reach the peak of late returnance in a single stroke, the path of cultivation still needed to be steady. Being too hasty would only lead to the opposite effect. Of course, even though that was the case, Xiao Yan had gone from late origin transformation to late returnance in half a year. He had crossed an entire level of cultivation. This speed could be described as extremely shocking. Once news of this spread, it would probably attract many hostile gazes. Your presence has condensed and your cultivation has completely stabilized. It looks like refining the flame mantra has benefited you quite a bit. Yi Honglian raised her eyes and looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. Although her tone was ordinary, there was a surprise that flashed across the deep regions of her eyes. Even if the cultivation method was powerful, the cultivation and growth of one's cultivation depended on one's own ability. If it were an ordinary person, they would not necessarily be able to achieve such a miraculous effect even with the assistance of a peak cultivation method. I have to thank Senior for handing the entire flame mantra to me. If it weren't for that, I would not have been able to consolidate my cultivation. The latter curled her mouth and smiled when she heard this. She was too lazy to say anything more. her delicate finger once again stroked the zither in front of her. As a melodious zither sound appeared, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. A red glow was quietly released, after which it spread apart. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew into a beautiful red lotus. A flame curled on it, emitting an especially frightening high temperature. This was the thing that Xiao Yan had come to the fire maple forest to search for. It was the karmic fire of the red lotus. The moment he saw the fire lotus in front of him, Xiao Yan's breathing paused for an instant. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the fire lotus in front of him. The heated expression in his eyes was self-evident. The excitement in his heart caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he returned to the southern region, he had been thinking about this matter. He had investigated in many ways in order to find the hellfire of the Red Lotus as soon as possible. Now, the hellfire of the Red Lotus, which was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Flame list, had finally appeared in front of him. There was no illusion, no obstruction. This hellfire of the Red Lotus was something that Xiao Yan could obtain at the moment. Boy, I know you have been waiting for this moment for a long time, but I still have to remind you again. Remember what I said, and also remember your promise. You must ensure Bing-er's safety. Although there is a lightning punishment oath in front of you, you must remember that I will always be watching you. After Yi Honglian's last sentence, her figure, which was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, gradually dissipated in the breeze. Only the last sentence, which was full of strange and cold, reverberated in Xiao Yan's mind. It took him a long time to gradually recover his senses. Immediately after, the hellfire of the Red Lotus in front of him became violent in an instant. Boom! A frightening flame's strength immediately swept apart. The grand flame was just like a newborn sun that shone on this green mountain. The mountain rocks swiftly crumbled and the straw cottage was instantly incinerated into nothingness. The life force on the surrounding land also immediately disappeared. There were even some flames that violently pounced toward Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. This time, Xiao Yan did not have any elixirs to assist him. However, in his hand, there was still a sharp weapon. With a flip of his palm, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a thumb-sized blue ice crystal appeared above his palm. It was the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul. The moment the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul appeared, a chilly wind suddenly blew in the originally scorching hot world. Xiao Yan's palm was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. Countless pieces of ice condensed in the air, and the weather on the mountain top quickly became cold. The climate of the world was constantly alternating between ice and fire. Controlling the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and shot it directly into the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Then, with a wave of his hand, the light blue flames immediately rushed up and swallowed all the crimson flames. The fire lotus was wrapped into a palm-sized ball of light. The outer layer was the light blue flames, and the inner layer of the hellfire of the Red Lotus was temporarily suppressed by the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul. Next, it was time for Xiao Yan to devour it. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan widened his mouth and swallowed the cluster of light. Soon after, a frightening strength suddenly erupted. Like a wild and violent wild beast, it barged into Xiao Yan's body in all directions. Chapter 1251. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the mountain peak under the clear blue sky. He appeared like an old monk meditating. He was completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. All of his attention was focused on refining the Red Lotus karmic fire within his body. Boom! Within the vortex, the Red Lotus hellfire was still incomparably wild despite the obstruction and suppression of the heavenly flame and the extreme cold ice soul. Wave after wave of hot flames continued to sweep across Xiao Yan's body, wantonly destroying it. The frightening high temperature caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily grimace despite his mental fortitude. The muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. Cold sweat poured out and the skin all over his body turned red. In addition, the extreme frost ice spirit also emitted an extremely cold aura while frantically suppressing the Red Lotus karmic fire. At the same time, it also froze Xiao Yan's body. Icicles constantly formed in Xiao Yan's body, turning his meridians, flesh, blood, and even bones icy cold. If it weren't for the heavenly fire protecting his body and the constant flow of Genesis Qi, Xiao Yan's body would have been completely destroyed by the two extremes. In addition to resisting the pain caused by the two types of energy in his body, Xiao Yan also used the blaze mantra to frantically refine and absorb the heavenly fire. Heavenly fire constantly rose from the center of the cyclone, forcibly merging the red lotus karmic fire and the extreme frost ice spirit together, causing the two to gradually reach a balance. When Xiao Yan could withstand the berserk power of the two, he began to refine the red lotus karmic fire with the help of the blaze mantra under the control of the heavenly fire. Borrowing the short moment of balance between the two, Xiao Yan frantically refined the strength of the red lotus hellfire, gradually guiding it into the path of the Qi method of the flame mantra. After a long period of refinement, it returned to the vortex. This was only the first step of the successful refinement, until a certain moment, boom. Before Xiao Yan could completely refine and devour the red lotus karmic fire, the last bit of power contained in the extreme frost ice spirit was exhausted, and the terrifying power once again lost control. The power that had been suppressed for a long time instantly erupted, and the ferocious flames instantly destroyed all the defenses set up in Xiao Yan's body. Without any warning or preparation, the red lotus karmic fire rushed out of Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan was once again reduced to a skeleton. His blood was burned and his flesh destroyed, leaving only his skeleton and spirit power to frantically resist the red lotus karmic fire's fury. Ha! A silent angry cry was transmitted from deep within Xiao Yan's spirit. A pale blue flame immediately spat out from his empty eyes. It was like a volcano erupting as it swiftly spread throughout his entire body. In the blink of an eye, every bone on this frightening red flame person's body was filled with pale blue flame. The flame mantra Qi method was being circulated to its limit at this moment. It could even be seen that at the lower abdomen of Xiao Yan's skeleton body, a green-red flame tornado was rotating with a hoo-hoo sound. Every wisp of flame that was burning on his body was being pulled by this tornado and was gradually sucked into it, becoming a part of this tornado. At the same time, the icy aura in the frozen pool at the foot of the mountain was constantly being pulled by some kind of force, and the ice in the pool also melted and dissipated. Blaze mantra. Refine for me. On the mountain peak, when the scarlet-red flame gradually disappeared, Xiao Yan's physical body actually appeared once again. After experiencing the cruel refinement of the heavenly flame, his current body was even stronger than before. Under his thin body, every inch of his muscles and even every cell contained a strength that was several times or even 100 times stronger than before. In his body, the refinement of the red lotus hellfire had also been gradually completed. Next, all he needed to do was to merge it with the bone-chilling flame, sea heart flame, and the seed flames that he had already refined. Then, everything would be considered complete. In the outside world, not long after Xiao Yan entered the fire maple forest, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect officially announced their alliance to the outside world. The situation in the extreme south had also become grim because of this. This matter caused an uproar among countless people. No one could understand why the Heavenly Puppet Sect, as a human race, would ally with the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, betray their identity as humans, and collude with the Magical Beast clan. Wouldn't such actions be despised by the world? It was also because of this that many factions in the extreme south, who prided themselves as great factions, chose to join the Burning Flame Valley one after another. On one hand, it was to clarify their position as humans. On the other hand, it was also to find a good backer for themselves. After all, if the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined hands and wantonly massacred the large and small factions in the extreme south, they did not think that they had the ability to resist. As for surrendering, the Burning Flame Valley had the Burning Sky Ancestor, a Source Ancestor, overseeing it. Compared to the two sects, the existence of this expert was much more realistic than the various threats. The Burning Flame Valley was not so stupid as to accept all the factions that joined and supported them. After a rough selection, a portion of the factions with a clean background joined. As for the others, they either had other motives or purely came to protect themselves. Naturally, the Burning Flame Valley would not allow them to join. The alliance of the two sects in the extreme south had helped the Burning Flame Valley to consolidate their strength in a certain aspect. However, this kind of action was clearly within their expectations. Therefore, half a year after the two sects joined hands, they organized the first purge of the factions within the Burning Flame Valley. This battle had also completely pulled apart the situation in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley did not show any signs of weakness towards the invasion of the two sections. They wantonly mobilized their troops to suppress the two sections. During this period of time, large and small battles were unceasingly fought and the situation was especially intense. It could be said that the land within 1,000 miles was dyed red and smoke filled the sky. Many cities were destroyed in the endless flames of war. Until now, the borders of both sides would be invaded almost every day. This battle lasted for an entire 3 years. During these 3 years, the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects had fought no less than 1,000 battles. However, it was ultimately difficult to determine a victor. However, the two sects did not seem to be worried at all. Not only were they not anxious or nervous, they even continuously expanded their own strength. The eastern part of the extreme south was originally outside of the three sections. However, the two sects had already extended their hands there. Even the southwestern border had long been rumored to have been involved by the Heavenly Puppet sect. Currently, that place was a complete mess and no one could manage it. As matters stood, a large area of the entire southern region had basically fallen into the hands of the two sections. The battle between both sides was constantly tense and the true big battle was about to arrive. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had been seated cross-legged in the depths of the fire maple forest in the southern part of the extreme south, finally slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 1252. At the top of the cliff, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for 3 years, finally opened slowly at this moment. At the same time, a purple flame flashed across the depths of his eyes. After 3 years of refining and absorbing, the red lotus hellfire had finally completely merged with the heavenly flame in his body. He stood up and twisted his body gently. A burst of firecracker-like crackling sounds came from the bones all over his body. The comfortable feeling of relaxation made Xiaoyan unable to help but let out a long breath. Feeling the abundant power in his body, the corners of his mouth also revealed a satisfied smile. However, Xiaoyan immediately felt a cold gaze. Turning his head to look, he saw Li Bingrui, who was wearing a blue dress and had a pretty face, standing on a cliff behind him. The cold killing intent was also caused by her. "How is it? Are you happy and satisfied? But my teacher is no longer here. All of this is because of you." Li Bingrui's heart was filled with resentment when she saw Xiaoyan's perfectly fine appearance. She did not expect Xiaoyan to obtain the red lotus yi flame as he wished after she had left despite her master clearly being unwilling to bother with Xiaoyan back then. Although she had left her retreat, she could only watch Xiaoyan continue to refine the yi flame. Of course, Li Bingrui could take advantage of that time to kill Xiaoyan, but she knew that if Yi Honglian did not want to, Xiaoyan would not have been able to refine the red lotus hellfire. Moreover, she did not want to take advantage of Xiaoyan. If she wanted to fight, she wanted to defeat Xiaoyan fair and square. In addition, before she left, Yi Honglian clearly showed that she did not want to care about Xiaoyan. However, after she left, this kind of thing happened again. It was obvious that Yi Honglian was just doing it for her to see. Her purpose was probably to prevent her from continuing to obstruct her. Thinking of this in her heart, Li Bingrui's killing intent could not help but lessen a little. However, when she thought about it, because Xiaoyan caused her to lose her teacher and her only family in this world, she still could not let go of her killing intent towards him. "Sorry, I can understand your feelings, but you understand." Just as the last word was about to escape her mouth, Li Bingrui suddenly recalled the hooligan behavior that Xiaoyan had done to her back then. This caused her face to reveal an embarrassed and furious expression. At the same time, the suppressed killing intent in her heart suddenly rose. With a wave of her jade-like hand, an ice-long sword immediately condensed in the air. After which, Her delicate body shook and she charged towards Xiao Yan without any hesitation. "Bastard, I'll make you pay." The distance between the two was not far, and with Li Bingrui's current skills, her movements were naturally faster. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in her hand had already reached Xiao Yan's jaw. In the next second, she could easily take Xiao Yan's life. However, compared to Li Bingrui, Xiao Yan's movements were several times faster. When the long sword pierced towards him, Xiao Yan quickly extended 3 fingers and caught the tip of the long sword. In an instant, he was able to control the long sword in his hand, causing it to be unable to advance any further. Humph! Seeing this scene again, Li Bingrui wasn't too surprised. Instead, the long sword in her hand violently jerked as Genesis Qi surged from her body. A wave of icy qi immediately spread along the long sword and rapidly attacked Xiao Yan's hand. However, this frightening cold air, which had once caused Xiao Yan to feel great pressure, was actually vaporized by an invisible hot energy when it reached Xiao Yan's palm this time around. If Li Bingrui was not surprised at the previous scene, the appearance of this scene caused her expression to change drastically. How is this possible? I'm too lazy to listen. A 2-star origin king, huh? Not bad. Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile. Soon after, he exerted a little force with his fingertips. An invisible force immediately surged along the sword. With a crack, the entire blade broke, causing Li Bingrui to take half a step back. She then looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiao Yan would not have been able to completely ignore her icy Genesis Qi. Your cultivation is far above mine. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. Soon after, he said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's leave this place first. I've spent quite some time refining the heavenly flame, and I don't know how the situation is at the burning flame valley. Let's go." After finishing, Xiao Yan turned around to leave. However, Li Bingrui remained unmoved. Although she was filled with complaints towards Xiao Yan in her heart, she also understood that it was impossible for her to kill the other party with her current cultivation. No matter how much she complained, it was useless. Seeing that Li Bingrui was unwilling to leave, Xiao Yan looked towards her again. His gaze swept up and down as he pondered for a moment. "Your master told you to follow me. She told me to protect you. If you still listen to her, follow me. If you insist on staying here, I won't say anything else." Xiao Yan no longer paid any attention to her. He lifted his foot and headed towards the northern horizon. Behind him, Li Bingrui hesitated for a moment before following with a cold expression. As for what Xiao Yan had said, Yi Honglian had seen the message her master had left for her when she came out of seclusion. However, she was indeed unwilling to see the person who had caused her to lose her master. If not for Yi Honglian's final instructions, she would definitely not follow this shameless and despicable person in front of her. Now that Xiao Yan's cultivation had stepped into the Origin King realm, it was much faster to cross the fire maple forest again. In just a few hours, he had crossed countless mountains and forests and met Zhu Hao and his son again at the periphery of the fire maple forest. However, rather than saying that they had met, it was better to say that they had been waiting here for a long time. After both parties exchanged some pleasantries, Xiao Yan led Li Bingrui and continued to head north. Zhu Hao, on the other hand, watched the backs of the two people as they left. This was especially the case for Xiao Yan. "This kid, no wonder my lord asked me to save him. In just 3 years, his cultivation has reached such a level. However, why is there something else in his aura?" Zhu Hao was talking about the Red Lotus Hellfire. On the other hand, Zhu Kan by the side stared at Li Bingrui's departing back with a face full of fear. He had never forgotten this person who had cast a shadow on him when he was young. If it was not because of how frightening Li Bingrui was back then, it was likely that he would not have been able to escape from this fire maple forest. "Sigh, you little brat, when can you be like those two? You're the one with the most perfect bloodline awakening out of all of my blood flame birds. If you embarrass me in the future, I'll pluck your feathers and use them as a fan." The moment these words were spoken, Zhu Kan immediately shrunk his head back with a face full of fear. Taking the opportunity when Zhu Hao was shaking his head, Zhu Kan gave a silly smile, turned around, and disappeared into the deep regions of the mountain forest. That speed was likely something that even the current Xiao Yan would be a little surprised if he saw it. The chapters of The Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like The Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. Chapter 1253. After leaving the Fire Maple Forest, Xiao Yan and Shui Yu continued to head north. When they passed by the Poison Cave, Xiao Yan's swiftly flying figure paused for a moment. Thinking back to the battle back then, it was Xiao Mingyuan who had appeared in the end to save him and Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had already gone to the central region. If he wanted to see Xiao Xian again, Xiao Yan needed to head to the central region first. However, before that, it was best to return to the Burning Flame Valley to take a look. The two of them swiftly passed through a large wasteland along the way. In the past, they would have needed 2 to 3 days to pass through the endless desert. This time around, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian merely used a couple of hours. By the time the two of them reached the border of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the city that Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian had once passed through, it was already late. Night had quietly descended without anyone noticing. The two of them originally had no intention of stopping, but just as they flew above the city, the conversation of the people in the city drifted into Xiao Yan's ears. "Sigh, I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Logically speaking, the Burning Flame Valley should be superior. After all, they have a Genesis sect expert like the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect. With him around, the Burning Flame Valley should be fine." That may be the case, but it's said that the sect master's puppet is extremely powerful. It's already comparable to a 9-star Origin Emperor, and he himself is an Origin Emperor. With the two of them working together, it's said that they can even put up a fight against a Genesis sect expert. Moreover, the sect master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect is a peak Origin Emperor. If the two of them work together with the indestructible puppet, even the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect might not be able to defeat them. Many people in the surroundings revealed expressions of regret when they reached there. After all, the Burning Flame Valley was once the strongest organization in the extreme south. However, now that the two great sects had joined hands, even with the Burning Flame Valley's foundation, it would be difficult for them to be a match. However, just as they finished speaking, a fair hand stealthily landed on the shoulder of one of them. At the same time, a slightly gloomy voice was transmitted into their ears. "What did you say happened in the Burning Flame Valley?" The sudden voice caused the expressions of the surrounding people to instantly change. Just as they were about to turn around and berate, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly descended on their heads. The bodies of the few people were instantly intimidated by this pressure to the point that they were unable to move. The emotions in the bottom of their hearts had also turned into panic. They had never imagined that such a strong person would actually attack them. Could it be that it was because they had spoken a few words about the Burning Flame Valley? However, this place was clearly within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A moment later, under the pressure of Xiao Yan, someone finally revealed all the information that he knew. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little after he heard it. Instead, it became even more gloomy. Although these fellows boasted in front of others, they only knew about the battle between the two sects and the Burning Flame Valley. They were completely unaware of the exact number of experts from both parties. This kind of information was worse than nothing to Xiao Yan. "Sir, this is indeed all the information that we know. Please be magnanimous. If you wish to know more information, you should head to the city governor's mansion in the city. There is currently a Origin King expert from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate present there. He should..." Before the person in front of him could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already locked onto the only Origin King level expert in the city at this moment. Subsequently, his body suddenly flashed and disappeared from this dark night street. At the same time, deep within a mansion in the city, an ugly large man was currently sitting naked on a bed. He was hugging a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Their two bodies were tightly entwined together. Their bodies continued to move against each other as lewd laughter and moans reverberated endlessly in the hall. However, at a certain moment, the sound suddenly stopped. The beautiful woman's throat had already been cut by an invisible force. As for the large man, his throat had already been grabbed by a large white hand. His entire body was lifted into the air. The crazed expression in his eyes from a moment ago had yet to disappear. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by endless fear. In front of him, a handsome man wearing a black robe was standing alone. His expression was extremely dark and cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared at him. "Who are you?" the large man spat out with difficulty. The emotions in his heart were incomparably terrified. He didn't even sense the latter's aura and was actually controlled by the person in front of him. This was truly unbelievable. "Now, answer whatever I ask." Xiao Yan ignored the latter's words as he spoke in a faint voice. Immediately, he opened his mouth to inquire. However, this fellow did not appear to be willing to easily cooperate. He was just about to resist when Xiao Yan randomly broke both of his arms. The large man's mouth involuntarily emitted a painful wail. "Answer whatever I ask. If there's a next time, it won't be just like this." The hand holding the large man tightened slightly, and the latter's already flushed face couldn't help but tremble. He could only hurriedly respond. Afterwards, Xiao Yan asked about the specific situation between the three sections. It was also at this moment that Li Bingrui entered the room from outside the hall. However, when she saw the **** scene in the hall, her face immediately became as red as fire. Her eyes quickly glanced at Xiao Yan's body. After which, she curled her lips and quickly turned around to leave the hall. After a long while, when Xiao Yan came out, the two of them didn't exchange much words. They once again stepped into the air and quickly flew towards the northern horizon. After the interrogation earlier, only then did Xiao Yan know that he had already been in a retreat for over 3 years. During these 3 years, the situation in the extreme south had undergone a tremendous change. All of this was just as Ancestor Fentian had predicted back then. The most important point was that the two sects had already turned out in full force not long ago. Almost all of the experts had joined forces and headed towards the Burning Flame Valley. The purpose of this trip seemed to be to destroy the Burning Flame Valley. Their momentum was so great that it was rumored that there were dozens of experts above the king level. This was what Xiao Yan was most worried about. Other people might not know, but he clearly understood that other than this group of dozens of experts, there were definitely experts from the Ghost Hall behind them. Once those people attacked, it would be difficult to protect them even with the Burning Heaven Ancestor present. Moreover, the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua were definitely still waiting for his return in the Burning Flame Valley. This time, no matter what, he needed to hurry back to the Burning Flame Valley before the big battle. With this thought, Xiao Yan's forward speed increased. Although Li Bingrui was complaining in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth when she saw Xiao Yan's dark expression. She could only circulate the Genesis Qi in her body and do her best to catch up to Xiao Yan. Chapter 1254. After exiting the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xiao Yan swiftly headed in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. Li Bingrui followed closely behind him. With Xiao Yan's current speed, passing through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect at full speed was many times faster than before. In the dark night, the two of them were just like shooting stars as they streaked across the horizon. In a couple of blinks of an eye, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Even some of the experts in the city below could only see two blurry light figures flashing past at the very most. It was difficult for them to capture the figures of the latter. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. 3 years had changed many things. The originally tense situation in the extreme south had been completely pulled apart. The two sects had joined hands, and the Burning Flame Valley did not give any face to the other party. Now, it had even implicated the upper echelons of the sections. From the looks of it, they did not intend to continue being content with their lot. Although the Burning Flame Valley had the mental support of the Burning Sky Ancestor in this battle, he was after all the only Origin sect expert. On the other hand, The other party's two sect leaders were people whose fighting strength could fight against an ordinary Origin sect expert. Moreover, there were quite a number of experts at the Origin King level and above in the other party's group. Even though the Burning Flame Valley's experts had tyrannical fighting strength, they were ultimately defeated in terms of numbers. If this dragged on, it was likely that it would be difficult for them to win. To Xiao Yan, the most important thing was Ghost Palace. If it were not for the secret support of these people who were neither human nor ghost, it would be impossible for the two large sects to be so rampant. At the end of the day, it was still because of those people. With the speed of the two of them, they had already entered the territory of the Burning Flame Valley by the morning of the second day. The dense smoke in the air had also become much fainter. Upon reaching this place, the emotions within Xiao Yan's heart had also become a little warmer. They had finally returned to the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. This also meant that they were not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. Huff! Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. A fiery light flashed within his eyes. After which, his body shook and the speed at which he was charging suddenly increased. There were few signs of human habitation on a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, not a single beast could be seen. A gentle breeze blew across the land, giving it a cool and unrestrained feeling. Coupled with the clear blue sky, it could be considered a treasure land. Suddenly, a wave of rushing wind sounds could be heard from the horizon. Soon after, two rays of light flashed past one after another. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived direction. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the other side. In the sky, they could be considered as a treasure land. Li Bingrui involuntarily frowned when she saw Xiao Yan's body stop. A suspicious expression was revealed on her face. Soon after, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the north. At the edge of his sight, there were a few familiar auras. However, he could sense that those auras were gradually weakening. If this continued, the owners of those auras would likely die. A thought passed through his mind. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between Xiao Yan's brows immediately swept out. It swiftly spread out. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the situation in the distance had been completely absorbed into his mind. That is, the Fong clan and the heavenly puppet sect. Xiao Yan softly muttered as he withdrew his spiritual strength. With his enormous spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that other than the Fong clan, there was also an expert from the heavenly puppet sect, a Yuan King level expert. Adding the puppet with frightening fighting strength, it was only natural that the Fong clan would be defeated. Due to his impression of the Fong clan, Xiao Yan was originally unwilling to take action. However, the matter now concerned the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, the Fong clan was also within the Burning Flame Valley. Due to various reasons, Xiao Yan finally moved after some hesitation. He swiftly flew towards the Fong clan. Today, the Fong clan could be said to be incomparably miserable. Back then, they had not clearly stated that they wanted to join the Burning Flame Valley and had also turned a deaf ear to the threat of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. As a result, both parties were now treating them with disdain. Even begging for mercy was no longer of any use. Even if they wanted to compromise and join the heavenly puppet sect, they were actually beaten back by the other party. As matters stood, the Fong clan could be said to be isolated and without help. They had become enemies with all sides. Most importantly, none of these opponents were people that they could afford to offend. This was the reason why they could not afford to offend them. An elder from the heavenly puppet sect had single-handedly challenged his entire clan by himself and a puppet. The entire Fong clan had used all their strength, but they were actually unable to last more than 10 rounds against the other party. As for the clan leader, Fong Qi, who had the strongest cultivation in the clan, he was also beaten to the point that he was unable to retaliate. At this moment, he already appeared to be on the verge of death. Back then the heavenly puppet sect, kindly invited your Fong clan to join us, but you refused. Now, you know to beg for mercy? In the Fong clan's mansion, an old man wearing the uniform of the heavenly puppet sect slowly descended from the sky. He looked at Fong Qi, who was currently lying on the ground, with a disdainful expression. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The remaining members of the Fang clan in the surroundings had either been killed or injured in the previous battle. Even the 3 elders of the clan were unable to block a single attack from this person. On the other side, a silver puppet was currently slaughtering the remaining members of the Fang clan in an unbridled manner. This old man walked step by step towards Fang Qi, and a foot descended towards Fang Qi's head, intending to kill him on the spot. However, in the next instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Fang Qi's son, Fang Jizong, suddenly flashed forward, intending to stop the old man. "Get lost from my father's side." A furious roar rang out from Fang Jizong's mouth. A punch that contained all the strength in his body violently smashed towards the old man's head. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Seeing this, the old man laughed instead of being angry. He casually waved his sleeve towards Fang Jizong, who was attacking him. The soft sleeve immediately became as hard as steel and violently smashed onto Fang Jizong's body. With just this attack, not only did it send him flying, it also instantly caused Fang Jizong to be seriously injured. Seeing that his son was seriously injured, Fang Qi immediately struggled to get up. However, his chest was immediately stepped on by the old man. Before he could spit out the words from his mouth, another large mouthful of blood surged out. His body, which was already seriously injured, was now exhaling more than it was taking in. "Kakik, today is the day that your Fang clan will be annihilated. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who asked you to act smart and actually have the delusion of drifting between the 3 great sects? From today onwards, in the extreme south, no one will be able to go against the will of my heavenly puppet sect." As the sinister laughter rang out, the old man once again raised his foot, intending to stomp down on Fang Qi's head for the final time. However, it was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the next second, this Origin King expert of the Heavenly Puppet sect had already been stepped on by a domineering force. Before he could even react, he was killed by Xiao Yan. Chapter 1255. After killing the elder of the Heavenly Puppet sect with a single strike, the puppet on the other side also instantly stopped moving. Looking around the messy courtyard, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head. After decisively keeping the old fellow's storage ring and the puppet, he prepared to leave. "Mr. Xiao Yan?" However, just at this moment, Fang Jizong, who had been sent flying, struggled to climb up. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the young man in front of him. He did not expect that after 3 years, he would actually be saved by Xiao Yan once again. Moreover, the strength that Xiao Yan displayed today was actually so terrifying. Is something the matter? Xiao Yan did not dislike Fang Jizong. However, saving them was just a temporary thought. At this moment, since the matter was resolved, there was naturally no need to continue staying. Is Mr. Xiao Yan going to the Burning Flame Valley? The Burning Flame Valley is about to start a war with the 2 sections. Naturally, I have to rush back to help. Xiao Yan nodded his head. However, he felt a trace of suspicion towards Fang Jizong's question in his heart. Since he already knew, why did he need to ask? However, the location of the war between the 2 sects is not in the Burning Flame Valley. What did you say? When Fang Jizong's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed. If it was not in the Burning Flame Valley, what was the use even if he rushed back now? Are you certain? I am certain that the agreed battlefield between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sects is not in the Burning Flame Valley. Instead, it is in the southern barbarian city, which is south of the Burning Flame Valley. That is one of the strongholds of the Burning Flame Valley. Both sides had already fought fiercely a few days ago. However, the people from the 2 sects did not use their full strength. Instead, it seemed that they were testing the Burning Flame Valley. Fang Jizong did not hide anything and told Xiao Yan everything that he knew. Perhaps, he wanted to use this to create a chance for his Fang clan and the Burning Flame Valley. After all, the current Fang clan could no longer withstand any destruction. How do you know all this? Xiao Yan knitted his brows. Since the Fang clan did not join the Burning Flame Valley, how would he know so clearly about the battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sects? Because The Fang family has sent out spies to constantly monitor the situation between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sections. This is the news that the spies of the Fang family sent back yesterday. It is also because of this that the experts of the Heavenly Puppet sect have been provoked. At the end of his words, Fang Jizong could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There were many things that he did not want to do, nor did he want to understand. However, his father was, after all, the head of the clan, and many things were not up to him to decide. If Fang Qi had not hesitated and refused to clarify his position, and instead took the opportunity to curry favor with the three sects, perhaps his Fang family would not be in such a situation today. In the end, it was Xiao Yan who saved them. Xiao Yan nodded his head when he heard Fang Jizong's words. After which, his toes pressed on the ground and he leaped into the sky. He called out to Li Bingrui and the two of them quickly turned into two rays of light that swiftly flew toward the southeast. The southern barbaric city was located in the southeast of the Burning Flame Valley and was connected to the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect. There were continuous mountain ranges on both sides, spanning tens of thousands of miles. In front was a vast forest, while behind was a vast plain. The two completely different terrains were separated by mountains, causing the southern barbaric city to appear even more distinct. The city was built in the narrow crevice of the mountain range. This place was originally a river channel, but the city borrowed the terrains on both sides and was built on top of the river channel. Looking from afar, the surging river water rushed out from below the city gate, giving it the majestic aura of a magnificent army. However, at this moment, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley were standing on top of the city tower. Their solemn gazes looked at the group of experts in the distance outside the city, and their hearts were filled with nervousness. This time, the two great sects could be said to have sent out all their elites. All the experts at the Origin King level and above added up to over 30 people. In addition to the puppet that the Heavenly Puppet sect relied on for survival, the trouble that the Burning Flame Valley would face in this battle was truly quite a lot. Valley Chief, there are 3 elders in the valley who are seriously injured in yesterday's battle. I'm afraid that they are unable to participate in today's battle. In this way, in terms of the number of experts we have, they are planning to use this method to drag us down. First, they will use those damn puppets as the vanguard, causing our elders to exhaust a large amount of their strength. After which, they will attack us one by one. If this continues, these elders will not be able to endure for a few days. Humph, nibbling away at our strength. What a good method. The Burning Sky ancestor clenched his fist tightly under his sleeves. Although he was furious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. His Burning Flame Valley was completely unafraid if they were to face either of these two great sects head-on. Even with the help of the puppets, the Heavenly Puppet sect of the past was far inferior to them in terms of the number and strength of their experts. However, within a short 3 years, the number of experts within the Heavenly Puppet sect had suddenly soared, and their numbers had nearly doubled. Adding those puppets and the assistance from the 10,000 Scorpion sect, the Burning Flame Valley was unable to contend against them. Sigh. The other Burning Flame Valley elders around the tower could not help but sigh when they thought of this. Their Burning Flame Valley would probably be erased from the southernmost region after this battle. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua were currently standing at one side of the city gate tower. Behind the two of them, a slim and graceful young girl was also frowning as she looked at the two people before her. This girl was Lian, who had already awoken from her coma. After 3 years, Bai Hua had already become an Origin King. She could be said to be quite a large force in this battle. Her powerful cultivation and strange battle techniques had actually caused quite a few experts from the two sects to fear her. Although the little fairy doctor had yet to reach Origin King, she had already become a returnance expert. Coupled with her status as the woeful poison body, the poison techniques she used were something that even some ordinary Origin Kings dared not underestimate. However, even with that being the case, their assistance in this battle was utterly inadequate. At this moment, the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua Yan were gazing at the distant horizon. They only hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to learn about the grim situation and return in time. Compared to the so-called experts present, they believed in Xiao Yan's strength more. This had always been the case. Are you still waiting for him to return? The burning sky ancestor stepped forward with a kind smile from one side. Although he knew that the current situation was tense, he still did his best to let the people before him relax a little. The little fairy doctor smiled politely when she heard that. However, her furrowed brows revealed her current emotions. Cook, relax. Since that person is following him, nothing will happen to Xiao Yan. The old me does not dare to guarantee anything else, but it is likely that you will not be able to find anyone stronger than that person in this southernmost region. The burning sky ancestor was referring to Xiao Yan. If it were not for the fact that he had sensed the burning flame valley back then, he would not have known where Xiao Yan had gone. However, even though he said that, he had still not returned for 3 years. It was clearly impossible for him to make the little fairy doctor relax with just a few words. After this battle, I will get the Grand Elder to personally send you to a safe place. When you see Xiao Yan in the future, don't say that I've mistreated you. At the end of his words, the burning sky ancestor laughed out loud. His laughter, which seemed to be teasing, carried some desolation. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua hurriedly opened their mouths when they heard that. However, they were stopped by the burning sky ancestor with a wave of his hand. There's no need to say any more. This dispute originally belonged to our 3 great sections. You should not have participated in it. However, because of your relationship with Xiao Yan, you were able to lend a hand when my burning flame valley was in danger. I am extremely grateful for this. However, it is also because of this that I cannot let you take this risk. After saying that, the old man did not say anything else. When he turned around, he saw that the group of people who were sitting by the river outside the city had unknowingly stood up. Dense and cold gazes pierced through the air like sharp arrows, causing one's heart to tremble. These fellows, are they going to start again? After saying that in his heart, the burning sky ancestor immediately turned his head to look at the group of elders of the burning flame valley and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for battle." All the elders of the burning flame valley immediately responded in unison. Pairs of furious eyes instantly looked towards the group of figures outside the city. At the same time, their bodies shook as surging Genesis chi surged out from their bodies, transforming into pillars of light that soared into the sky. They stood above the city tower like rainbows, a sight that shook one's soul. Chapter 1256. Outside southern barbaric city, as energy surged from both sides, an intense battle unfolded. After the fierce battle from the day before, the formation that was originally set up to defend the city had long been broken. Hence, today's battle was a showdown between the experts from both sides right from the start. The 2 sects still used the same tactic as yesterday. They first used the puppets to exhaust a portion of the Genesis chi of the Burning Flame Valley experts, before each of them stepped onto the stage. They faced the Burning Flame Valley experts in their peak condition, causing quite a number of them to cut a sorry figure the moment they appeared. Although the Burning Flame Valley experts were unwilling to accept this, there was nothing they could do about it. In the face of puppets that did not know pain, even they had no choice but to be careful. Over time, the wear and tear on their bodies would naturally be unavoidable. If the fellows hiding at the back suddenly attacked, even they might not be able to dodge. Only when the experts from both sides had entered the battle circle did the real battle officially begin. There were no flashy moves. Both sides had a total of several dozen experts at the Yuan King level and above mixed together. The scale of the battle was simply shocking. In the entire extreme south, there were only a few experts at the Yuan King level and above. However, more than half of them had already arrived. Compared to the day before, the situation of the battle today was undoubtedly much more intense. The hatred and fury from the day before had completely transformed into a raging flame that burned in their chests during the battle today. Energy poured out unceasingly. Even after a battle, the strength displayed by the experts from the Burning Flame Valley was still frightening. Other than the intense battlefield, Ancestor Fention's gaze was fixed on a middle-aged man in golden robes in the air across from him. The 2 of them faced off against each other. Neither of them would easily attack, because once they did, it meant that there would be no chance for the battle to stop. Apart from one side winning, there would only be mutual destruction. This person was the sect master of the heavenly puppet sect, Renfu. Beside him was a golden puppet. Besides his own cultivation, this puppet was Renfu's greatest trump card, the Vajra puppet, whose strength was comparable to a 9-star origin emperor. With the puppet and Renfu's cultivation, even Ancestor Burning Heavens would have to be cautious. If he were to be hit by the Vajra puppet, it would be no joke. Besides this side, the sect master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xieshan, remained outside of the battle as if it had nothing to do with him. According to the plan, this battle was to nibble away at the enemy. Today was only the second day of the battle, and there was no need for him to use his full strength. Moreover, Burning Heaven Ancestor was not an easy opponent, and Renfu was not so kind as to ally with him. If anything happened and he was implicated, the losses would outweigh the gains. As time slowly passed, the battle in the field became more and more intense, and the originally unclear situation began to surface one by one. After all, the two sects had the advantage in numbers. In addition to the indestructible Vajra puppet that did not know fatigue, the Burning Flame Valley's disadvantage gradually became apparent. Great Elder Li Qingshu was still doing fine. With his powerful cultivation as a 6-star origin emperor, he was able to barely hold on despite fighting against 2 origin emperors and a Vajra puppet. However, the others were not as powerful. At this moment, there were even people who were injured and had lost the ability to fight. The appearance of this scene caused Ancestor Burning Sky, who was high up in the sky, to frown. The worry on his aged face gradually became apparent. On Bai Hua's side, she and the fairy doctor worked together to fend off an origin king from the heavenly puppet sect. At the same time, they faced a powerful puppet, 1 origin king and 1 returnance. It was already difficult for them to fend off 2 origin kings, let alone the fact that one of them was a puppet. The long battle was disadvantageous, and the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua's Genesis Qi was rapidly depleted. They were already gradually weakening and would not be able to last much longer. In particular, the little fairy doctor's cultivation was lacking, so she could not endure such exhaustion. In just a short while, the Genesis Qi in her body had almost dried up. "Kikik, what's wrong? Have you run out of Genesis Qi?" Just as the little fairy doctor was gasping for breath, the Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect suddenly appeared beside her. As he snickered, his 5 fingers curled into claws and mercilessly swiped at the little fairy doctor's neck. "Piss off!" It was also at this moment that the figure in front of the little fairy doctor suddenly flashed over. With a wave of his hand, milky white Genesis Qi immediately spouted out from his palm, knocking the person in front of her back with a single strike. Bai Hua also took half a step back with a pale face. Just as she turned around, she saw the little fairy doctor's body go limp, about to fall from the sky. Bai Hua's expression immediately changed. She could not care less as she hurriedly reached out to grab the little fairy doctor. However, the sound of rushing wind rang out a split second later as the Origin King expert caught up once again. "Kikik, you want to save someone? You'd better worry about yourself first." As the sharp laughter sounded out, a few ghastly scratch marks were left on Bai Hua's back. Even though this was the case, Bai Hua's outstretched hand was still a little short of the little fairy doctor. Hence, she could only watch as the little fairy doctor's delicate body fell downwards. The person in front of her once again raised his hand and struck Bai Hua's back. Immediately, Bai Hua's face flushed red and a large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from her mouth. Her entire aura instantly fell to rock bottom. In the sky, the expression on Patriarch Scorching Heaven's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Just as he was about to save Bai Hua, he was blocked by the Vajra puppet that had appeared in front of him in the next second. "Hee, Patriarch Scorching Heaven, your opponent is me. You will regret this." The old man's face trembled in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Renfu, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Haha, from the moment I cooperated with them, I no longer know what regret is. This is because right now, I will only succeed and not fail." A ferocious laughter was emitted from Renfu's mouth. Scorching Heaven's face was filled with disdain. At the same time, a silver-colored puppet suddenly appeared above the little fairy doctor's head. It waved its metal fist and smashed towards the little fairy doctor's chest. If this attack landed, the little fairy doctor would definitely die. In the sky, Bai Hua's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. She ignored the injuries on her body and forcefully used her remaining strength to descend and save the little fairy doctor. However, an ice-cold hand quickly grabbed her from behind and lifted her entire body. Kikik, I can understand the feeling of a hero saving a beauty. Unfortunately, you are destined to be a hero. As he spoke, the Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect was about to exert force with his 5 fingers. However, in the next instant, an ice-cold hand landed on the back of his neck in a ghost-like manner. Before he could react, it violently clenched. One could hear a clear cracking sound as the neck of this Origin King expert was forcefully broken. At almost the same time, the little fairy doctor's delicate body, which was falling downwards, was caught by another pair of delicate hands. As for the puppet that descended from the sky, it was instantly sent flying by a huge ruler. Soon after, sunlight scattered down and shone on a familiar face. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Yan?